And we sure bet that tonight's program is going to be one that many people would be happy to hear and happy to know of when they hear the information that you're going to be giving tonight. So thank you for coming, and thank you for agreeing to give us the information of the Douglases.
You're welcome. I'm very happy to share.
I realize. And you need to speak up a bit. I realize that you're very soft-spoken, but tonight we're going to express ourselves.
Yeah, I'm happy to share the culture of the Douglas family.
Right. The life and culture of the Douglas family.
The life and culture of the Douglas family.
Right.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about yourself first before we go into the whole program.
Well, I was, I'm the 9th of my R.B. and Bernadette Douglas's children. My mother and father together had 16 children, and I'm number 9. Mike was number 1, Jacqueline is number 16, and I was number 9. So we all brought up in Portsmouth, and we went to school at non-school. We used to call non-school in those days, St. John's School. And later on, he sent his girls to Roseau School in Roseau for high school, and he thought that they were they were teenagers, and he was afraid they'd get too involved. Doesn't have a strong look at them because he's in Portsmouth and they're in Roseau. He sent us to boarding school in Grenada, so we were there for high school, most of his girls. And then when I came in Grenada, when the high school closed, I came back to Dominica. I was about 16, did GCE and came back. And afterwards, all of us had to work in one of his businesses or work to help in the business for at least 2 years after we did our tertiary level education. So I got into the business for 2 years. So we came back about between 16 and 18, and we got to work in the business in some form. And then I did a degree in Jamaica, a BA. Then I did a diploma in education in Barbados at K-Ville. So I went to UWI, Mona. Then I went to K-Ville. And then I went to University of Malaya to do a master's in rural education. Then I came back home and worked. Maybe my first job I remember that was really memorable to me was the first Secretary General of the Dominica National Commission for UNESCO. And at that time, I found UNESCO was very much into more action than now. I find they're maybe a lot more into documentation. But, there was a different kind of a UNESCO at the time to me. And you were quite active. I remember Honorable Charles Maynard at the time was once the minister. We traveled a lot to put Dominica on the map and to get to understand UNESCO and to get the most we can as a country from the UNESCO organization. So I did then eventually after the master's degree and after working for a while, then I retired, and then I was called back the year after, and I became the Dominica, we started something we call DIFA, Dominica Institute for the Arts, because in the schools where I were, my interest in culture and the arts was always high. So whichever schools that I taught in a lot of different schools in Dominica. I was principal of the Portsmouth Secondary at one time, principal of Isaiah Thomas Secondary for about 14 years, principal of the Goodwill Secondary School. Then I became director of Dominica Institute for the Arts. So in all the schools that I was there, in fact, maybe the students remember me more for the arts and culture that I got involved in. And it was really extracurricular. It wasn't on the curriculum, which is a pity. Even though I think it should be naturally on the curriculum. You shouldn't have to come back after school, and sometimes in some places you even have to pay for extra lessons in music and those things. But because I was so interested and involved in that, my schools always were schools alive with the culture and the arts. At the end of a term of every year, we would have a big concert at the RBD cinema. Sometimes we go up to the countryside, and sometimes there were times when we even had concert at Arawak House of Culture. We just, were very active in culture and the arts in those days. And I thought I was happy for the opportunity to work as director for the Dominic Institute for the Arts, where one of my focus was trying to train as many teachers as possible in the arts. So when they get to their schools, it could be a natural part of the school curriculum, which I think is important. I mean, the culture and the arts, it's good for discipline, for taking away vagrancy, for develop. I mean, we have so much talent in this country that if we were to develop it, nobody could touch us, I always say, in entertainment. So we actually had a very active institute program. At one time, there were over 200 students where we taught dance, drama, theater, music, up to the tertiary level. And in fact, when we did the CAPE, which is Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Education in the Performing Arts, Dominica led and came first in a number of areas in the Caribbean. So I have been as involved in teaching of history, English language and English literature as I've been involved in the arts as much as teaching English language, English literature and history, which is probably what I was paid for. So essentially, in a nutshell, that's my education and career.
Okay.
And
someone says that Patricia Thomas fears. She said, yes, you were my art teacher at PSS. So you are live on Facebook, and as we go along, we will be speaking to a number of people, and Yolan Kepero said that she's watching, and Rosalind Sevre McLean says that she's listening from New York. Now, and you said that you're the 9th of your father and mother's children. Let's go from number one. Tell us number one, number two, number three, and give us a little background of each of them.
Number one was Mike, and Mike was a very interesting young person. Of course, when Mike was born, I wasn't around, but I've heard a lot of stories of him, and I knew him when he came back from England because he was brilliant, witty, and when I think of the way I taught and the way we taught as teachers in those days, for a person like Mike, we probably were boring him. And no wonder they considered him troublesome. I could see Mike catching what the teacher is saying maybe in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and just getting a little bored, so he has to get something else to occupy himself. So what they call abeta and badly behaved, he was just, maybe it was our fault as teachers not engaging enough, I don't know, but he was always considered a troublesome little boy. And he was very good looking too. So when he became a teenager, my father had to be kind of trying to make him keep focused and don't worry with all the girls who, maybe distracting him or he distracting them. And in fact, so at 16, or around there, my dad sent Mike to England. He said maybe he can, it may be better for him there, where he might be able to get more. A wider variety of people and opportunities there. I remember one time, when he was trying to correct Mike, he made him kneel down, and he told Mike, "Listen, one thing you must remember, and in fact repeat after me. I, Michael Douglas," and Mike had to repeat everything he's saying. "I, Michael Douglas, mean to play bad, but my daddy more bad than me. And if I don't behave myself, jab ke pote moali." So although he used to he was extremely strict and a disciplinarian, and he always give us, a beating if he gets any complaint from school about us or from any older person, like it was the rule, the custom of that time. In that time, he was really, trying to see if he can bring up a family that is disciplined and who have integrity and that kind of thing. That's just was his style. In fact, when Mike went to England, my parents decided to send him to England to get him, maybe to have him expand his horizon a bit and hopefully expose him to more opportunities for positive development. After he stayed in England for a period, he cabled my dad and said, "No fun. Send Mon, your son, To which RBD sending no money at all, cabled back immediately. So sad. Too bad, your dad.
So that's what your dad did with Mike?
Yes.
So while he's in England, Mike is saying that he's broke.
Yeah, he's broke.
And he's asking your father for money.
Yes. Yeah.
And your father sent him a message saying what?
So when Mike said, send mon, no fun, send mon, your son. RBD cabled back, so bad, so sad, too bad, your dad.
So now you have the picture in front of you. For persons who might be wondering where Mike is actually standing in the photo or is situated in the photo, can you help us to see where Mike is?
Well, Mike is at the right,
with no shirt.
Last row with no shirt at the right.
All right, that's Mike.
And Rosie, I think Rosie was maybe spending holidays at that time, so we went to Matibu, the beach Hampstead, which was a glorious thing at the time. We loved the holidays because, you know, it just meant to us bathing in the river, bathing in the sea. And I think, in fact, children nowadays don't enjoy enough of the beauty of Dominica. So much opportunities for that kind of thing. So, because they're in Hampstead, they're wild sea. My father was an excellent swimmer. He taught us to swim. My parents taught us to write. They himself would take us one by one and teach us to write, teach us to swim. And every day, in fact, we didn't even know what time of day it was. You know, we would look at our shadow to know if it's midday or morning or late morning or late afternoon, you know. And we just spent some glorious times in Hampstead with our parents.
So Mike was the first. Let's go to the second.
Mike was the first. And in fact, when then the second was Rosie. Rosie was very brilliant too, but maybe he wasn't as troublesome and checking out the girls like Mike, because you know the girls really used to distract Mike. But Rosie was, Rosie, all of us were generous, but Rosie had an extreme generosity. If my mom sends him.
Before you continue saying if your mom says, I just want to say to the people that are actually watching. Rennick Thomas said that he's watching. Anthony Mead said that he's watching. Jennifer Coffey said that she's watching. And Cheryl Plummer said that she's watching. Al Binois said that he's watching, and he says good evening, and that tells you at this time as we speak we have some 54 people actually looking up already, listening to what you're saying and looking at you as we speak. So continue.
Hello there. Yes, so Rosie's, but remember Portsmouth has no secondary schools. Roseau had no secondary school. Roseau had you had to go to school in Roseau. So both Mike and Rosie, and even the girls, when it was time for high school, they used to stay by Maleta. They had to be going up, you know, to school and staying there. Rosie, in fact, if he would send, he would send on a truck. He had a truck because he had to go Hampstead back and forth. He was a farmer. And he would send brick for Rosie or send a little money, a little pocket change. And Rosie would literally share everything. And kept very little for himself. He was just such a very, very generous person. That's why when he his aorta or his heart, I said, well, maybe that's a natural way for somebody like him. His heart is so big that it burst. The way he went, I sort of drew that analogy in my mind.
And the food, because what we're going to do later on, we're going to speak a little bit much more of them. So the food person would have been, the food child would have been who?
The third child was Stingale. That was Euphemie. And it's a name. When he was christening his children, my parents had a big thing for christening. Not to say a big fete, but my parents would look, especially my father, for the names, the life and times and the great things about the name of the person. And at the christening ceremony, he would read the whole life to inspire the crowd and to inspire the children who may be still who may be watching, but you know, to emulate that great person after whom he's naming this child. So my sister Euphemie, that was eventually later called her Tingale because she had a nice voice and she sang like a nightingale, but really her name is Euphemie, of auspicious fame. He never just gave a name like that. He's either a saint with a lot of example or a famous person. It's just not, you don't name you from because it sounded good. That's not.
Is she in the picture?
She's not in that picture, no. She was probably...
Let me see if she's in that picture. Is she in this one?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
She's in the green behind the nun.
She's the green behind the nun. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then her husband, Malcolm McIntyre, is just exactly behind the nun, the nun's head.
Okay.
So she was the first girl. This was at a wedding, one of the weddings of the girls. So Eleanor is right on one side of the nun, Eleanor Lambert, and Tingale and Mali on the other side of the nun. Yes, so he was, and Mike is the first child, and Jacqueline is the last child. So the person Mike is holding Mike is number 1, and she's number 16. And then the two girls, Cheryl and Sharon McIntyre, Tingle's daughter, and Cheryl, they were the bridesmaid of that wedding that we were at.
So let's look at the other picture now. This one would have had all of your brothers and sisters.
Yeah, well, everybody's here either. Of course, RBD is there, and then my mom is holding one of the grandchildren. She's sitting with my head towards her chin. And RBD and Athlene is at the back. Mike is standing at the back, Athlene standing at the back, and the last child, Jacqueline. And there are one or two persons who are cousins, but not his children who are part of it too. Margaret Rose is sitting right in the front there, and Monty, which is he's a doctor in New York. He is on the second row, just behind Irma. So right now, although my parents had 9 girls and 7 boys, and despite that, really, he sent Rosie to do agriculture, and Rosie was very bright, but he was not. I don't know if he was that, but he did a degree in agriculture. And then afterwards, throughout the time in Canada, he just couldn't see injustice and the discrimination. And although more recently they have actually apologized for the discrimination, he would say like one person gets 80 and the person is a white person and the person gets 55, and he sees that the quality of work is the black person's work is better. Why are they getting a lower mark? So he saw discrimination, and he is the kind of person who would fight for justice. So he couldn't take that on, and he spent a lot of time fighting about it. When they thought he was popular, and maybe that's not such a good thing, they offered him to be a senator to kind of get rid of his talk and his decision to fight injustice. But he didn't accept, because you can't buy Rosie. He's very principled. So he stayed there, and until eventually, the rest is history. When he came back, he was actually deported, and we know the rest of his story. In that picture here, everybody came down for my dad's funeral. He died at 83, and my mom is in the middle, and all the children are there now in order of how they were born. Mike, Rosie, then the next 5 girls, Tingale, Joyce, my mom, Lambert. And because he was so prayerful, we had a nun, very popular nun in St. Vincent. She passed away too. She was outstanding as well. All of us went to boarding school in Grenada, including Margaret Rose Armour. She's passed too. So the last 3 there on the side there, the last 3 in the first row, they have passed. And then the second row, Athlene, Ike, Athlene, Adenauer, Marina, Irma, Monty, and Jacqueline. We are there in that picture in order of birth.
Wow, yeah. I like to see that photo. Yes, it's everybody's there in order. So the mom, she's at the front.
Yes,
as the matriarch. Dad has passed. The head of the home, and everybody else, as you said, that are here, that are in this photo, are in order of their birth.
Yeah,
showing that Mike was number 1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's go a little bit in reference to your bringing up at home. How was that?
Well, our parents were very principled, and I could say it in a nutshell. They were very humble. Because my father never went to high school. He left school at 14. And my mom left school at 16, and she came to some lady in Roseau called Miss Popsy to learn to sew. At that time, there was no secondary school. RBD, they had to leave. They was from Terre Rouge, you know, or ancestors were from Deguabalata, a kind of a place not far from Vacaz. Penville, really, the Douglases, original Douglases. That's their ancestral route. So they would go to they would from Deguabalata. He would walk to school bare feet to Portsmouth and then go back up, you know, because you don't have transport in those days. And my mom self, she went to school in Portsmouth, but she was closer. They lived more around Portsmouth. But my father lost his father about 4, and then my mom lost her father literally about 4. He didn't die, but he went to Curacao, and when he went there, he didn't come back. He came maybe once a year to visit or so, and he always sent lovely things like the christening clothes and our first communion clothes and confirmation, but he didn't actually come back in person. So her mother raised her after that from 4 years, I think the first time we came back after that, she was a big person already. So my grandma raised her, and then my daddy's mom did most of the raising of him because he lost his father early as well. She remarried later, but at the time he was growing up, he had only his mom. So just as his father, my mom's father, went to Curacao, so in those days a lot of people were going overseas to see if they can earn some money. Some of them didn't come back like you do now in Dominica, and some of them did. But my father went to Curacao, and he was working to be able to earn some money before he came back and to settle down in Dominica. I remember seeing a very beautiful violin under his bed one day, and I said, when I got enough courage to talk, because my father was so strict, although I was a favorite, I was still a little afraid to say anything wrong in his presence. So I said, but Daddy, I've seen that violin under your bed for the longest while, but I've never seen you play the violin. So show me, play something for me. And then he said, no, I can't play anything. Then he gave me the history of the violin. He said, when they were in Curacao, after they made their money, let's say Fridays, or after month end, everybody would go to look for different women to check out and go into the to drink rum and enjoy themselves and free up. But he never did that. He had one purpose: to earn money and get back to Dominica so he can purchase some land or buy something and get on with his life. So by the time they were going to party and so after on the weekend, he was going to 2 and 1 or 2 other jobs. So he had, instead of this one job, he had 2-3 jobs, and he accumulated enough money, and he bought the guitar and would tell them when they say, well, where you, boy? Last night we had fun. Look at, boy, we went there. That place was so good. Look at nice woman and this and that. He would say, I had to go to guitar lessons. Manti, because you don't have no guitar lessons. You just have to say something that sounds reasonable, because at the time that they're thinking he's saying his guitar lessons, he's in his 2nd or 3rd job and earning more money. So that's what he was about. So when he came from Curacao, he had what he thought was enough money for him to start a life, the kind of life he wanted to live.
Now, before we go into into RBD, let's take a little bit about your 2 first brothers. I know that they took the life of what your father would have done, that is politics. We will also talk about your dad and his political life. Mike, a politician in Dominica. What you made of Mike while he was a politician in Dominica? He was the leader of the Dominica Labour Party. He was also in DemLab. He ran in the Portsmouth constituency, beat Charles Savre, I think, on 2 occasions. What did you make of Mike?
Well, Mike was brilliant. He was an outstanding orator. I mean, I've heard of, people have told me, farmers, that when Mike is speaking in Parliament, they would take their radio to the farm with them so that they can listen to him speak, because he was funny, witty, and still very knowledgeable, and his oratory was just outstanding. And that oratory that Mike and Rosie and the Douglases tend to have, I don't think it came by chance. I remember even once one of the children were talking. One of them that like to talk a lot, and somebody told him, "Boy, hush him, what you talking too much?" And RBD said, "No, don't stop. That you have to have a right to talk, and you must be able to speak up and speak up well. So don't stop her from talking. Let her talk." So he's to encourage us speaking up. So I think Mike and generally the Douglases they spoke well. I think it came from his own encouragement, both generally in education, but also in speaking up. Don't be afraid of people. Have the courage to speak up. If you think it's right, say it. And he never discouraged or didn't want anybody to stop you. Once you did it with respect. So I believe when Mike went to England, he worked there and he did well. Mike came back as a civil engineer, and he came back to Dominica when he was. I don't remember Mike growing up. By the time I was around as a child, Mike had already left the country. So he spent a lot of his years, 16 to about 20 something, in England. He did his studies and worked there, and he came back. He was a big man already, and that's when we got to know him. That's when you really got to know him, because when we were growing up as children, I'm being number 9. He wasn't around as long. He was in school in Roseau, come down on holidays, and then went to England so early, So, but we remember them always. My father had a lot of different businesses. He had a store, he had more than one shop, a shop in the country areas, shop in Portsmouth, a bakery, a sweet drink factory, a cinema, a gas station, a cargo boat. In fact, our boats were taking cargo to all the USVI places. And when Mike was in politics, I remember he was very good at convincing people about something, which is probably what you call advertising. And he went to England, especially on Dominican produce. And I remember they used to call the grapefruit the great fruit. And our grapefruit became very popular. We would ship how much grapefruits to England, we just were quite, the cargo boat didn't go into the USVI. They wouldn't, until the Dominica boat arrived, they were actually a bit unhappy because they had such good agricultural produce coming from Dominica. RBD's boat went off every week, sometimes more than once a week, to ship Dominica's agro produce to out of Dominica. He also had a passenger boat. He just tried his luck at as many different things. In fact, at another time, what people he was more into the agriculture potential of his property than anything else. But we also attempted a Batibu Beach Resort, a 5-star hotel, and over 200 villas on a golf course in 2006. And unfortunately, it was a joint venture with a Scottish company, and they call themselves FM Developments, and we actually broke ground on that project. It was going to be a massive project which should have made a big difference to not the economy generally in the north and the Dominica on a whole. We would have transferred our best tourism land to that company. And about 2007, 2008, we had the global financial crisis. In fact, it was considered the most severe worldwide global economic depression since the Great Depression. And thank God we didn't transfer all our land, and we hadn't finished doing all that yet. We learned from that experience, and among other things, we decided to retain ownership in any project we're going into, and be organic and be as local, so that we don't lose all that we've worked so hard for.
I know that you were talking about how you all develop. And I know, as you said rightly, that Mike, when he left for England, that you were a little girl. But when he arrived, when he came back to Dominica, you would have seen him blossom in the era of the 70s into the 80s as a politician. How did the family feel about Mike so much involved in national politics?
Well, I knew him more at that time than later, and actually his wife is probably my most precious friend. And we were always a little, with my dad's experience with politics, and he had done a lot. He was actually the father of so many things. And he was MP twice actually. But the time he lost, he took it quite badly. And he said, politics is a thankless job. I'm going to do for myself what I would have done for the country. And that's, in fact, he fled. After that, nobody saw his shit till after that in terms of getting involved, putting his teeth in his business and really doing well. So he was we were a little concerned that, and he would say politics is a thankless job, that Mike would go into politics and give up everything, although he'd missed so much of Dominic already. And would he, would it be able, would it be just a success story? Would he be able to get out at the right time, as RBD did? And would he get the benefit of putting so much into something as important as national politics? So I'm not sure what he was thinking, but he was very, very interested and worked really hard at whatever he was doing. In fact, I remember Alec Lazar telling me that, and who was an outstanding permanent secretary in finance himself. He was permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance. And I remember him telling me that Mike is the most outstanding Minister of Finance he's ever come across. Efficient, creative, focused, So I know in terms of work and competence and contribution, Mike was outstanding. But I think there was a time when he was alone, literally alone, when the Labour Party was out upon. He was the only person, and I think it was a lot of stress for Mike. Not understanding some of the reasons for cancer is stress. I wouldn't surprise that maybe he was overburdened, worked so hard, he was alone for a lot of that time, and he may have it may have had negative results on his health.
It would have been said that even while Mike was in Parliament, whenever he would have spoken to the public, he would have stayed speaking for over 2 and 3 and 4 hours, and so the then government of Dame Eugenia Charles felt that Mike was getting a lot of time in Parliament and decided that they were going to cut down the number of hours or give you time in which you would have to do your delivery. And so they cut for parliamentarians an hour over that, and ministers of government, I think, for an hour over that, of wanting to take the mic and speak for such a long time. Because when Mike spoke, the whole country would have listened.
Yeah.
And Mike had the gall and the guts to speak to maybe 19 people on the other side of the government, he alone standing with maybe 4 of his senators for hours, making the case that he felt was important.
Yeah, I think too that the whole spirit, the political spirit, from what I remember at the time, was healthier too, because Mike could, stay and he give whatever, or some of it maybe even mipwe, and then after he goes across to the person that he was giving mipwe about and shake their hands, and they're in the bar the next night having a drink. So that was the spirit of, when you're there, you say what you have to say, and but you don't become enemies because of that, and you're not vicious and trying to destroy. I find there was a spirit of more big spirit at the time, because I remember once Mike made some joke about somebody is not dressing well. He said his pants is too short or something like that. He said, you either have a short long pants or a long short pants. It just was so funny all the time. Whatever it is, it's not right. The length not right.
Just want to say that Pat Fien says it's a very interesting program and is listening. Amanda Scotland is watching. Rosalina Baltazar says good evening everyone. Mosey Panfe is watching. Shaika Loki is watching, and Jenny Williams is also watching. Some 77 people are actually now viewing as we are speaking. Now, when you heard of your brother Mike got cancer, how did it make the family feel at that time? A giant, a hero in the political landscape of Dominica. How did it make the family feel?
Well, it was devastating for the family, especially as he was not even 60 yet, you know. And I remember my sister came from Barbados when he was going to the doctor for one of the results of the many tests after a while. And I remember when he stepped out of the door in typical way, you know, he always walked with his head kind of bumping more up than looking down. And he said, "You're going to lose your brother." And she just thought he was joking, but that's what the comment he made as he moved on out of the doctor's office. So it was really devastating for us when we got to learn that he had pancreatic cancer, and it's a cancer that moves fast. You know, you can die within months. All that they had already told him, giving him all the possibilities, and there's nothing you could do, or that's the impression they gave. It was a very devastating news for the family, especially my mother.
I can imagine how that took the family, and knowing that he was an iconic politician in Dominica, and maybe by extension the region, because he was well respected here. He had many friends internationally and regionally, and just hearing that he had cancer, it would have really devastated the family, and maybe the friends of Mike. No, let us go a little bit to Rosie. Give us some background of Rosie Douglas. Going to school in Dominica, Rosie in Canada, the rebel. His father loved him quite a lot. What happened?
Well, Rosie was a generous and a warm sort of person, and he went to school in Roseau too, but spent more time in Dominica because Mike left in his earlier teens to go to England, but Rosie was in Dominica for a longer time. And Rosie's a person you can hardly not like him, in that he's always smiling, he's very generous, he's just such a big heart. And eventually he went to school Dad sent him to Canada. And he said he was looking at Rosie as someone who will come and take over from him, because he said as he's growing older, that time, hundreds of acres of land which we cherish because of all the hard work they have put into all of us into earning that land. Wasn't a gift, and he was looking forward to Rosie coming back. So when Rosie got involved in the Sir George thing, he was kind of disappointed. He still was the person who sent money to get a lawyer to defend Rosie in that whole Sir George Williams University fiasco. And he sort of felt that, Rosie is losing focus, in that he really would have preferred if he just stayed focused on agriculture and on coming back to work with him to help to develop the family business even further. But Rosie is he's a warm and a loving kind of person. So he didn't hold that against him. As you said, although he moved from agriculture, he still was the person that sent to defend. In fact, Rosie was offered a lot of other opportunities when they realized that he's going to be a thorn in the flesh in Canada. But he was offered by the authorities, but he's not a person you can buy. So he stood up, said he's going to fight the case because he was popular. He was not only well known, but the persons around him knew that he had a lot of the characteristic to fight discrimination. And eventually, when he was deported, my father was disappointed, but he took it well, in that the strength of character and don't stand for nonsense that Rosie had, it's probably he got it from him, because he was like that too. He's the kind of person who, my father, who would not accept nonsense and, be irresponsible in trying to. You can't buy him. He say what he have to say. I mean, I think in fact it's interesting. Rosie and Mike, really, I don't have documents of theirs, but I happened to come across a document of RBD, which reminds me so much of the way Rosie and Mike were involved in everything. Everybody's business is their business in terms of making things better. And RBD, my dad, one of his last manifestos, which I came upon, it says some of the things that every voter in the Portsmouth district should know. Lest you forget, Robert B. Douglas, watchman of the banana contract and champion of banana growers' best interests, defender and father of the poor and oppressed, warrior and hero against the introduction of half-day school in Dominica, agitator and fighter for higher standard of primary education in the island, and the building of adequate schools to accommodate all the children of school age in the colony. In those days they called it colony. Proper method of training our pupil teachers both locally and in institutions overseas. Fearless exposure of the education department scandal of dismissing 34 pupil teachers from government service, and seconder of the move to government to have the pupil teachers reinstated. Vehement opposer of the bill to introduce estate and succession duties in Dominica. Advocate of a practical method to operate the agricultural loan program to enable poor banana growers to take full advantage of the agricultural loan facilities. Perpetual supplicator to government to provide communal grazing ground to enable landless cattle and small stock breeders to rear their animals, and to propagate 250,000 coconut plants by government for distribution to the farmers of the colony. Pilot of the Thibault-Vacars Road, daddy and inventor of the Vacars-Penville Road, maternity hospital for Portsmouth, ambulance for the Northern District, oiling of the Picard Road, oiling of the Mom Park Road, providing funds for the resealing, etc. of the streets of Portsmouth, establishing the infant welfare clinic all over the district, incorporating the Zikak area in the town of Portsmouth on the map. He also talked about proper sanitary latrines in and about the town. At that time, maybe we didn't have any public toilets. New jetty for Portsmouth, and reconstruction of the streets of the second town, that is Portsmouth. Instrumental in paying a substantial sum to provide for the lighting of the town. And the placing of that project was on the first priority list in the next 5-year plan. Leader and organizer of over 6,500 signature petitions from all over the country to government against the introduction of half-day school in any part of Dominica. Headed, well, even more recently, we said the 8-to-1 school allows children actually now to be there without parents, and that's still really maybe a problem that some parents may face. Then he went on to he's fighting on, and you would think that he's an agriculturist, but he didn't go to school himself, and he left school at 14. My opponent did not sign the monster petition to government against half-day school. Neither did he take part or interested himself in any of the petition struggles, fights to safeguard the banana year contract. Remember, my father was the founder of the Banana Association, Dominica Banana Association. Twice have R.B. Douglas transported over 600 members of the Banana Association from all parts of the Northern District to Roseau to attend the general meeting of the Banana Association and exercise their democratic franchise. Save for little assistance, which could hardly be taken into account, R.B. Douglas single-handedly, without reproach, paid all expenses incurred in these maneuvers to save our banana contract out of his own pocket for the good of all. Every banana grower clamoring for fertilizer today should know that Robert Douglas is the inventor and foster father of the scheme for the Banana Association to import banana fertilizer to be sold to members of the association at cost and started the fertilizer distribution center at Portsmouth. It should be gratifying to know that in spite of great opposition from certain well-to-do members of the board, I have been able to get a small allocation of 20 cents per £100 to be set aside for Hurricane Relief Fund, which is relevant even today. This amount, though extremely small on an average production of 1.25 million 27-pound stems, is estimated to yield over $65,000 annually and will be used to assist Dominica banana growers in the event a hurricane disaster should befall the banana industry. As voters will appreciate that the above is only a condensed resume of my work during the 2.25 years which I served on the island's Legislative Council. My father wasn't alive when he was MP. As you will observe, no mention has been made of the countless representations made to government on behalf of the many people who have acquainted me with their troubles and the various fields of activities in which I have interested myself, both by day and by night. The extent and value of my achievements can easily be assessed by placing my 2.75 years' work against that of all other men put together who purport to have represented you during the past 27 years, from 1924 to 1951. Every conscientious and able-bodied voter in the Portsmouth electoral district who love their country and themselves should make every effort to vote for R.B. Douglas on the 19th instinct, member of the Education Inquiry, member of the Education Policy Committee, member of the Education Board, member of the Education Advisory Committee, and chairman of the Dominica Banana Association. That's an uneducated man talking like that. That's why he used to tell us common sense, beat education.
And that is, as you said, that is the manifesto of RBD.
RBD's manifesto.
In 1954.
Yeah.
And did he won the election that year?
Yes, he won that year.
All right. So listening to what RBD is saying in his manifesto and listening to Rosie Douglas and Mike Douglas, that was the spirit of the father actually speaking in them. Because the things that they say is almost that of RBD.
Yes, they saw and he exemplified the spirit of Mike and Rosie. You know, he what they saw, not only in hearing and seeing, and the fights he had for the welfare of people. Mike and Rosie must have watched that. And even if they had no inclination that way, they would have developed it after watching the behavior of their parents.
So you said that while Mike was, first of all, let me just say to all the persons that are looking, Julia London is watching from Houston, Texas, and she said good evening to you, Mrs. Murdock. Michael Roy said good program, Mr. Douglas Murdock, Mrs. Douglas Murdock. You two were an outstanding teacher at the PSS. Michael Douglas was a great politician. As a child, I loved to listen to him in Parliament. Such eloquence. And Maureen Caesar is also watching. Kelvin Mann is watching. Derek Mann is watching. Some 80 people are actually watching as we speak. So yes, here it is. Your brother Michael, Rosie Douglas in Canada. You then, were you a teenager at that time when that situation happened in the university in Canada? Were you a teenager?
Yeah, I was. I don't remember how old I was, but I was quite big enough to understand everything that was happening.
Big enough to understand everything that was happening. Tell us what you understood at that time.
I didn't follow his life in Canada as closely, so it was a little bit of a surprise to me when we heard that Rosie was in jail in Canada, and we were really distressed as a family, because although it was about fighting for the rights of black people, and now I would feel proud of a move like that. Jail, as far as we're concerned, is V-neck that going to jail. So as far as we're concerned, our brother in jail is a bad thing. We don't care what it is for. At that time, that's how I looked at it, and we felt really proud in one way that he was standing up for what is right, which is in the culture of the Douglas family, but also saddened that is how his stay in Canada seemed to be ending.
And Mom, I can imagine, the pain that she had.
Oh yes,
her second son, is in jail. As you said, maybe not following his life in Canada, but when she understood that he was in jail. I know how much it would have broken
Yeah,
her shoulders.
she was really, really saddened because actually Rosie was Mike, although he was tall. I'm from a Magler family, and Mike and Rosie got her height. But my dad, the Douglas family, they tend to be shorter people, and so Rosie was also like Mike, your first son. It would have been a favorite, and Rosie, you know, was a lovable sort of boy. So Rosie sort of a favorite too. So she took it very, very badly, and she didn't really, in our simplicity, because she herself was an extremely generous person. She was, they used to call her Mother of Sorrows in Portsmouth, because every Saturday, our parents would give the people of low income, before any welfare state at all, welfare, the ministry, and so, 1 pound of this, 1 pound of that, you know, different things to help them with their thing. We used to sell salt and kerosene and oil and pig snout, saltfish, all kinds of things like that in the store. And there would be a list of anybody who is below a certain income level. They would come to the store and we give them, and that's before and after his politics. It had nothing to do with politics as such. And we'd give them a parcel of food for the week. And in fact, I remember one time, even after he had given somebody their parcel, my dad observed that my mother was giving them the next day some more things. Sometimes they would come, Madam, I just put my food on fire. I have a fig and thing on fire there, but I don't have nothing to eat with it now. They would leave with a pound of saltfish or pig snout or pigtail or salt beef to add to that food that they put on fire there, and they don't have no meat to put with it. And one time I noticed he said to her, but Ben, you're running a paupers institute. We're running a paupers institution.
And Ben was your mom?
Yeah.
And Ben was his wife?
Yeah, she was Bernadette, but he called her Ben. And he was Robert, but she called him Bob.
No, I just want to say that Cecily Clark is also watching. Cherry Lafont said very informative and historical program. Thomas Victor said that he's watching. Randy Turner says good night to see from Turner in New York. Alan Mann says here in America today this is called iFood Pantry, something like that, iFood Pantry. And Bedford Azil said that's watching and listening. So quite a number of persons are actually interested in the program here tonight. So here it is. I'm showing you a picture of your mom when she was 15 years old.
Yeah.
And she was cute. I can imagine why R.B. would have gone after this lady. Really pretty woman.
Yeah, and actually, my father worked really hard. But I remember when we used to have a lot of fun in Hampstead on holidays, and we talk about it. My father had one sister, Angela Green, very outstanding personality herself in Portsmouth. And she would tell us, stop talking about Hampstead. It's not the Hampstead that gives you the store. It's the store that gives you Hampstead. So you have to be really very vigilant about making sure you work hard in the store with Daddy.
And that's your aunt.
That's my aunt. She's the only sister. With my parents, mother and father had a number of boys, maybe 5 boys, but one girl, and she was that girl. She was that lady, and very outstanding woman in the Portsmouth community. Best restaurant, best milkshake, nice squash. You know, she just had that gift, and she had a fantastic voice. She was in the choir. My father although he was a kind of coward in his own way, he was also in the Portsmouth choir. We took prayer very, very seriously, and that lady was very much a prayerful woman too. Every morning we had to pray. Come to his room to pray.
So okay, I'm going to come to that. I like that part. So let us now go into RBD. I think a number of people are trying to figure out who's that RBD. Robert Bernard Douglas. No, I realized that the boys' names had special names. Is that correct to say? Mike.
Yes.
Mike was. Where would you have gotten Mike?
Well, Mike, at the baptism of Mike, I wouldn't have been there. But if I know how he normally does it from the time that I was able to understand it, he would read the life of the saint or of the famous person after which he named his child.
Okay.
So Mike probably was after the Archangel Michael.
I can imagine. And Roosevelt would have been
the Roosevelt politician in the United States, in North America.
Okay. And you? What about you?
Well, Princess Alice of Athlone was a famous person from England who visited Dominica around the time I was born. So, that's where I came from.
Someone asked me, Winnie Green ask her if they are related to the Greens.
Well, that sister of his was married to Egbert Green. So she was Angela Douglas, married to Egbert Green.
Okay. So
and,
is the person
the best black.
So Winnie Green, you got the answer.
Huh?
I said Winnie Green, she has gotten the answer. So actually, she was a Douglas married to a Green.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Now, so now let's talk about Mr. RBD, Robert Bernard Douglas, a tough cookie, businessman in his own right. Let's talk about him now and the family in the yard, the family in the home, the family in the community.
Well, you mean the family in the home?
Yes.
He was a family man. He was a very strong family man. And we started our day with prayer. Imagine waking us at 4 a.m. to pray. One time he nearly promised to dash Athlene and Eisenhower, dash them with a bucket of cold water because they were making their way to the prayer room, which is his room, so slowly. And after he reached back to his room, after knocking at you have the big boys in one room because big boys shouldn't hear what small boys saying, or small boys rather shouldn't hear what big boys saying. So the big boys in one room, small boys in one room, big girls in one room, small girls, and then my parents in another room. But that was way after, because when he started, he had a piece of property in Gap, and all he had was a donkey. And when he had Mike, Rosie, and Tingale, his first daughter, that was fine. He was in the house in Portsmouth, just one room for them and one room for the children. But when 2 other children came after, because nearly every year my mom is having a child, when the 2 other children after, he had to send those 3 children to Gap. They lived in Gap, a piece of land not far from Bourne. And every morning they would come down on a donkey, Mike and Tingale in one box and Rosie in the other box of the donkey. The donkey's name was Ned. So every morning they would come down on that donkey to school so that that he can have space, and he would leave them. They go back every afternoon with the donkey, and there's a lady called Anelta, a very dutiful friend and family, who took care of them in Gap, whilst he and his wife took care of the younger ones that are coming up, the new children coming up in Portsmouth in their two-bedroom house. So I could say that she gave him a start, because the property in Portsmouth was really my mom's property, and he worked it well enough to be able to give him money and give him that. And between that and between Curacao, that's how he was able to accumulate money to buy Hampstead. And even that, he was a little bit of, he outsmarted them a bit, because in those days it's whites and mulatto that was really revered and respected in Dominica. So that little black boy, they wouldn't have expected him to have money to be bidding on anything that's coming up, because they're taking it away because of it's bidding because they can't pay for it, or they're in debt. So he was in debt, and somebody gave him a sipsion, that what is the last bid, I think. So when he came to put in this thing, they told him don't come early. So here he was with his boots. He used to wear a little felt hat, and he came just at the time for the last bid, but he seemed to have had an indication of what the last bid was. And I understand they were kind of shocked that a little black boy would have had the highest bid for Hampstead Estate. So, he was very sharp, really a brilliant man. If he had gone to school, although he used to tell us common sense bit education, so maybe sometimes you see he would tell us, all you have are all your PhD, DAD, and BA and SA, all kind of thing. But remember, the most important things is is your attitude and how you think. And remember, no matter what all this education may give you, it will never amount to what your daddy and mom has left for you. So he gave us a very strong appreciation of our inheritance, a very strong appreciation of the power of prayer. I would think the biggest things my parents left us is great real estate, but above all, knowing God and knowing the power of prayer. Anytime we had a family crisis, including when we heard Rosie was in jail in Canada, my mother, a woman of few words, all she would say is Lames, Lapuye, Leven. And we would individually and collectively go on our knees. In any case, all of us had to go to his room every morning for prayer. It's only Douglas children and old ladies that used to be in the church in Portsmouth. You have to go to his room to pray from 4 to 5. We say in the 3 decades of the rosary. Nowadays a fourth, but we say in the whole 3 mysteries. And some of the prayers are at the back of the book that Tingle, his first daughter, with my mom wrote. And after you say those prayers, you still have to go to church, to mass every morning. And that is why when he passed away, and the best fruits of his estate, is a tray going to the priest, a tray going to the nuns.
Before we go there, you started speaking about prayer in the room. I want us to get that story of how that was actually happening, because you said you all woke up at 4 and you all have prayer. Let's give us an idea as to what that was like.
Well, he woke us up at 4. In fact, if he would go to every room and knock. Joyce, Tingle, and he's going, so he going. So all the group in that room, because it's 4 rooms, and then we'll have to come to his bedroom. My mom is always in bed nursing a baby, because every year she's having another child, and breast is best, as Eleanor would tell you. So she's always in bed with a baby breastfeeding. But everybody else, he would kneel, and everybody else knelt around him on the sides of the bed. And we would pray for quite a few. We knew some natural prayers. We knew the regular prayer. We said rosary. And after that, she would comb different hairs. You'd have to go to church. And when she came back, she would herself comb the hairs of all the girls, whatever girls she had at the time. At some point, you'd have 3 girls and 4 girls, 5. But she would comb the hair. She wouldn't let anybody comb their hairs. And then you have to say tables. And those days there was an exercise book that we used to use, and there were a lot of things at the back of it, like all your tables, chisels and pens, pongs, what weights and that. And you have to say, one person said it, whoever combed in there had the time, like twice, once, 2, and the rest of the gang answered twice, once, 2, twice, 2, 4, twice, 2, 4, twice, 3, 6. And that's how it went until all the things at the back of that book was said. So you had to do morning prayer, then go to mass, and you come back, and all that time that he's doing all that charity in the store, and so we still in Posey in the house. Kitchen is outside on coal pot. The toilet is outside, pit latrine, and if you have to go to the toilet in the night, you want to do something in the night, then you have to you put in the Posey in a pail, and you go in and throw it the next day. So.
Hold on. Zofesa? Zofesa?
Mm-hmm. That's how I grew up.
Zofesa?
Oui.
Moun ka gade zo comme si di zo te Grandjean, Douglas R.B. Zo kaka apan, Aposi.
Yes. Up to when I left Dominica, we were in Posey, and even when he built there was an old church in Tukari, and then the church the old church was in wood, and when it was being built back, he gave, it was from his pocket. He literally built that church.
I'm sure you know that church right now.
Yeah.
So your father was
that
the one.
Time we were still in Posey.
All that time you're still in Posey?
Yeah, we're still in Posey. Posey, the kitchen is outside, and the kitchen had a coal pot, one or 2 coal pots, and all the food was cooked down in that kitchen. And then the toilet also was outside a pit latrine, and you kind of almost put in your foot on the seat like a wooden. Since we used to use pit latrine, maybe not even living today, I don't know. But we were in pit latrines when we were at that time. And if it's in the night, then you have to use the Posey, and the next day they throw it in the latrine. So he really, that's how people were thinking it was. I don't find my parents had gone there, as you're saying. They were proud people, but not proud in terms of looking down on anybody. what we would term in fatwa as go on there. I don't
No, you spoke just a while ago in reference to the church that he built. Give us, so you spoke about you all kneeling and so much involved in church, and still after you prayed that you had to find yourself going to church, and you said that your father built a church. Give us some information on that, because I'm seeing the picture saying that the chapel in Tukari built by RBD.
Well, there was an wooden church initially, and the church, I think it's wrong, got destroyed. I think it's one of the hurricanes. I'm not sure. I was so young that time. So he literally was the biggest contributor to the rebuilding of that church. His trucks would go down with all his galvanized, and that's why for years when we went to Fettet and Twain, in fact, even now I find culturally we used to go on it 9 days of novena from Portsmouth to Tukari for the Feast of St. Anthony, because that is the Church of St. Anthony. And when we reached on the last day, you used to have all kind of, patakwa on the beach. It used to be a fantastic celebration. I don't know where that has gone. When I go to Keeping It Real, I sometimes meet some Tukari people and I try to get back from them. How come, they said actually they have tried to revive it. It used to be a big thing. Bigger than even things we had in Portsmouth. And nice cakes, and they carrying it on a stand, 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of cake, and people on the beach. It was just wonderful. And we took the Feast of St. Anthony very seriously. In fact, when my father died, the bishop came to give his name, because I remember when that church was being dedicated, we sat in front, on a bench in the front, all of us of naturally in the church, and the French priest at the time, we used to say that for a long time after, because it was so funny. He said, first time in the history of Dominica that a man has built a church. And we used to say that as fun in the house. But years later, that's why I remember it so well.
What RBD would be saying to you, Pagong na di mo? Would he say that Pagong na di pea?
No, when he was so strict, Cecil, that whenever he's coming into the house, if we are just in the house and we'll be having fun, the first thing you do when you get to the top of the thing, you get your books. So he was really a stickler for education. So even if you're holding the book upside down, because you pick up your book quickly, you hear him coming, you don't care, because he wouldn't go to everybody to see what page you have. But you have to have your book when he's coming up. Don't be talking nonsense, and you're not in that. So in terms of the church, we knew that he would be, he said you can never outgive God. If you give God 5 cents, he'll give you 10 cents. So somehow he had that confirmed in his mind that if you give to the church, like he used to give the priests and nuns also Hampstead House free of charge for their retreats. Before Holy Redeemer Retreat House, Hampstead House was like the retreat house. That's where they would have their retreats.
Do you know Anelta Joseph? They said that Anelta Joseph, who looked after Mike, Rosie,
yes, in fact,
Tingil in Gap.
Yes, in Gap.
Was my mother's mother, my grandmother. Whoa.
Yeah, you see that? Yeah, Anelta, in fact, Tingil, Joyce and Mike, he would leave them with Anelta, so Anelta must have been, he must have held Anelta in high esteem for him to leave his 3 biggest children there. If Anelta in Gap, they come down on the donkey and Anelta takes care of them there, whilst his little space in Portsmouth takes care of the new children coming up. Anelta was the person that took care of Mike, Tingil and Rosie.
Wow. So C's Paul, I don't know if it's Caesarina Paul, but it's C's Paul. She says, wow. So it must be a family of that C's Paul. Just hearing that, she was excited, and she places that on the Facebook. I just also want to say that Jennifer Astafans is watching, and even Sylvester says there's a very interesting program tonight. So yes, that church, is it still around?
Yes, they have it got into some rough times after that too, and they've had to repair it, but it's still around. It's still, it's there. It took a church.
No, you told me some time ago that your dad had with your mom 19 children. I mean 16 eventually were alive, but had 19 children. Help us to understand that.
Yeah, well, every year she was having a baby, she lost once the 17th and 18th child, and it was going to be a twin. The only twin he would probably have had, because we didn't have any other twins. And my mother didn't know she was pregnant, and she pulled something, a mattress, something, and she had a miscarriage. And she had another miscarriage after that too. And my father was quite upset, although he have so many children already, but he even said, you do a test, boy. Because after the fourth child, imagine in 4 years you have 4 children, she was, exasperated. And she went to the bishop to complain. And the bishop told her, but that's what you signed in for, my robot. I can't nothing about that. So that was the end of that. She stopped complaining, and she just kept on making a child every year as he wanted.
19. That's amazing.
Yeah, 3 miscarriages, a twin and 1 miscarriage. And when she was pregnant, he was taking very, very good care that the children come out normal. If she wanted to look at any dead cat or anything funny, because he said for a child come out with funny ears, funny nose, or not talking or whatever it is. So he made sure she ate properly, even better than normal. Particular things that you must eat when you're pregnant. The old people, how they have their different cultural norms. And also he ensured that she didn't look at anything strange, so that every child can be normal. And really, he got that in that he had 16 normal children.
With all of what you're saying, like most men or some men, they would have an outside girlfriend because they have the largest, they have the money, they have the land. Your dad wasn't that?
Yeah, well, he had girlfriends, but to tell you the truth, it somehow, although that probably was his biggest sin. Everybody has their faults, and I would say that is one of the faults that he had. But it never interfered with the upbringing of his wife and children at his home. In fact, I never heard them quarrel. He never raised his voice at her. I would more hear them giggling in the room. He'd never give her a slap or anything like that. It's amazing that, and no woman ever came to her to say, I have the man, but you have the ring, but I have the man. In fact, anytime after a while, when he would have a little girlfriend, somebody would tell him, Madam, me fam sala a robot. And if he tells her that, she would probably be. The person tells my mom that, she'll probably tell it to him in secret, because we never heard them talk about anything like that. And if that happens, he figures it's going to create a problem. He kneels down. He not like to say wrong and strong. He would kneel down and beg a pardon. Say, Ben, it will never happen again. And actually, he would end that relationship. But by next year, this weakness comes again. You will hear him with a new woman. But at least that one, it's over, and she would probably feel comfortable that he finished with that and we haven't got nobody else. But he would fall again sometime later. In fact, when I went to high school, my father used to pay for a lady to give us preschool, what you would call now preschool. And you went to the non-school, the primary school, at about 7 or so, if at about 5, 6, 7. And that lady was extremely good. Her name was Teacher Rosabelle. She was very, very good. And what you have, naturally, she has her own little school and you have to pay her. A lot of people wouldn't pay. And because he wanted the school to stay open, whoever didn't pay, he would pass on the side and give her the money for them to ensure that the school stayed open. And that is why when his children went to the non-school, when they put you in the first, instead of putting you in standard 1, they would put us in standard 2, because we were a little ahead of the average child because of that good preschool of Teacher Rosabelle, which he ensured that it stayed open for the education of his children, early education of his young children. And she was extremely good. And we went to standard 2. And when I reached school on my first day, somebody poked me in the back and told me, "Hey girl," but RBD was so strict that if he ever got a complaint from a teacher about you, my mother might just talk to you, but he'd give you a beating. So you can't bring a bad report home. You can't, teacher can't say that child misbehaving in school. That was just a no-no. So, in fact, I find now we have to probably measure it up, have it more balanced. Now we fall right on the other side. He might have been too strict, but now we're too lenient. But anyway, that's another story. So they go, hey girl. When I turned around, I don't want to turn around, but when she continued to, the boy continued to poke me. I just made a little slight movement of my eyes around, and when my eyes met his, he said, "Look, your sister." And I was so innocent, and there was so never any talk of his having little chicks, that it never occurred to me to ask, to go home and say, "Mama, a lady told me, a child told me today that's her sister." I left school and I just brushed that aside and I moved on. Never even asking that it could be possible that I would have, and that was true. It really was my sister. I later learned. So he although he had girlfriends, he never let it affect his relationship with his wife. I don't know how he managed that. But
so we can say he was very private then.
I don't know. I really, because he was 14 years older than her too. So he maybe was smart. He had a kind of smartness that she may have been a little innocent. I'm not sure. But he managed that extremely well, because there was never a quarrel, never about his adultery. And maybe that's why generally he just had one child, if it's a woman, one child. Because as soon as she has, the Dominica is so small and people talk. Somebody will give her a little sipsio, and then, but he would end that relationship so that it wouldn't affect his marriage, but he would fall again by the next year.
so never, when your mom would have heard that he had a child outside, that she would quarrel about it, or?
No, we never heard them talk about it at all. And in fact, there's sometimes when I know when the children would come down, she would buy things for them, she would give them things to eat. She never had any negative or hostile feeling about this children, about his other extra affairs.
I wonder how RBD would have mentioned to his wife that he had a child out there.
That's interesting. It didn't come up at all in their relationship. They know what we saw and heard. It just wasn't an issue. It's amazing. It just was not an issue. And when we did hear, and that was much later, he would really not be bold-faced about it. He would kneel down, beg her pardon, and say he's sorry. It wouldn't happen again. And if it's maybe he decides it for himself whether it's going to affect negatively his marriage, and he decide whether he would continue or not. But as far as she's concerned, that was over until he falls again.
No, RBD, the politician, representing the North Belt, not just Portsmouth, but would have maybe included where. Would you have an idea as to where that area that RBD would have represented?
Say that again. I would
like to know where RBD represented, just not only Portsmouth, but it was a wider constituency.
Yeah, in those days the constituency was broader, because when you say Portsmouth constituency, it went all up. I think it went as far as Dublin on that side, or Tukari on that side, and even at one point Veka's side going up. It was covering 2 or 3 of the places that we cover for one space now. One constituency. In that time.
No, where's your father in this picture?
He's at the rear left.
The rear left.
The little.
Oh, the right.
The little short man.
The short man in the white.
No. He's on.
On the left. The second row.
Right. Yes.
The second row.
Next to the window.
Yeah. Yes. But RBD was really short man.
Yeah, he was really a little man.
So these are the guys representing the various areas.
Yes, he was a member of parliament at that time.
I can see the mace on the floor.
Oh yeah, they still use that now, don't they?
Yes, they still have the mace. Tell us a little bit about RBD. I know earlier on you made mention of his manifesto, but what would you have heard the elderly people made mention of his prudence aspect of his political life?
Well, they talked a lot, because he probably had one of the biggest stores in Portsmouth. They had a very good interaction with him, and people come, for instance, from what I used to hear, just listen to them come to the store. They would come, first of all, every week he has a line of the low-income people that he gives a package of things, be it a package of a pound of sugar, a pound of coarse salt, some flour, salt beef, salt fish, and so on. Everybody gets a parcel. And then he was, if you were to need to, for instance, look at in those days we were going to England, like Stowaway, Newcastle, England. Remember, it was a popular thing in the days where we go into England to make a better life. How many people would come and ask him for money to lend him a little something for them to go to England? He said, okay, when you get your first job, you send my money back for me. They would send their money back to send for their mother, sister, and everybody, but his money back, there's hardly anybody would send it back, and still he would continue to lend to people who say they want to go to England to better their lives. If you have to go to the hospital, his transport taking you to hospital. If you have to take your donkey from Pong because your donkey go in somebody's yard and thief and take their thing and mash up their thing, you come in and ask him to stand you bail. Sometimes, in fact, they thief in his own things at the thing. One time, in fact, not even long before he died, somebody had the whole back of their van with his grapefruits. They didn't realize it was he that was passing there, so they picked him up, like an old man going down the road. And when he reached Portsmouth, he said, "Now offload my produce." Only then they realized it's R.B. that day. But he wouldn't go to police, but, he just wanted to teach you a lesson kind of thing. So he suffered a lot of abuse, prayer larceny, but he was the person to go to for any kind of favor, They, as you say, you have to stand somebody bail, they come into him for bail. You have to go to hospital, they come into him to drive person to hospital. Every Saturday they come in for their different things. If they put food on fire, the food don't have saltfish in it, they come in to get the saltfish to make a full meal. And you just name it, he was, Rosie is, and Mike, well, I think maybe it's in our DNA, I don't know. He just looked out for the poor and needy, and I don't find he was arrogant at all either. He was a proud man. You can't buy him, you can't tell him to shut up your mouth. He will speak up, that kind of thing. But he wasn't arrogant.
Caesarina Elwin Augustus said, "I heard when he came to Roseau, he would bring a hot cook and ask for a cold one. He would exchange, but not buy one. How true is that?"
He would what? He would ask for a hot cook?
He'd bring a hot cook to Tong, all right, from his home, and when he arrived in Tong, he would exchange it for a cold one, but never buy one.
Oh, one thing I know, I don't know that story, but one thing I know, every day he went to Hampstead, those carriers they used to have, and you have a fork in it on the side. In one thing you put your dash in, another part you put your fish, and every day we ate fish, every day. And the other part you put something as a little vegetables or what. My mother would send up with a truck, any truck going up later, to send his food for him every day. So by midday, he have his food that was cooked in the same kitchen outside for him. And he would go up and eat dry bread sometimes too. He go in Roseau, he rush in, he does make a thing. But he, this thing of wasting and overspending, he was very, very strong on that. That's why he made us, when he taught us to write himself, he taught us to swim himself. And when we're writing, how many times I myself have written this? Waste not, want not. Waste not, want not. Willful waste brings woeful want. Willful waste brings woeful want. You couldn't, you must be, live within your means. I remember one time, because we loved Hampstead so much for the fun of the river and the thing. One time when my mother is combing the many hairs, my last brother is asking, "Oh, where you prefer to live now? Where you prefer to live? Tell me where you prefer to live, Hampstead or Poston?" After a while, listening, it's my mother and the children that they're saying tables, and so. After a while, he answered, said, "Live within your means." As far as he concerned, he turned the whole, it's like a pun, he turned the whole, the person is trying to say where you would like to be, to spend more time, to think. But as far as he concerned, live within that. What the most important thing is to live within your means. Wasting was a big thing with him. So one of the things I find that I find I see a lot of waste among persons who don't have much money. I mean, I'm saying, but you don't have much money, and yet you. One of the things, for instance, between me and you, I've noticed, and it sometimes brings me back to my parents' days. I see these people with this long hair, long straight hair. So the person was helping me at home. I told her, well, where you got that hair? He told me she bought it for $250. And every 3 weeks she curls it, you know. She thinks she has to pay $50 for that to the hair. I'm saying, you don't have money. You come into ask if money off all the time. And you're paying $200 and something for a wig of straight hair to look like the white man? I don't understand you. Well, that is a typical Rosie RBD kind of thinking. You know, you don't have it. Why are you spending so much money on? Live within your means. You can only afford natural hair, so we leave your hair natural and do a lot of things with it. We are beautiful in our own skin. And that is why I refuse to ever perm. I never perm my hair in my life, because I said I stand in front of 600 children. Even if I want to change in hairstyle, what are they going to think? That I don't think my hair is beautiful enough for me to just keep it natural? No. You're making a statement to the 600 children, and it's a responsibility you have. So for that alone, I will not put a wig. One, first of all, it's too hot and all that. And two, I want them to feel you black and beautiful.
I want to find out from you, Athlene, in reference to you, your siblings, and the children around, how much play that you all would have had, although there are so many of you all, but how much playing that you would have had with children around the community of Portsmouth?
Well, RB didn't allow you to do much. Well, the boys did, but especially his girls. He didn't allow you to. He wanted to see you within. You have to be within his reach for most of the time. He was very, very strict with that, especially with his girls. In fact, you can't even have a little boyfriend. When if he sees a fella hanging around, the person will have to come to the house to see you down the road with a boy. No, that wasn't possible. And if that's happening, you have to hide. But he'll tell you, bring the person home. And within a few months or few weeks of the person come home a few times, good night, Mr. Douglas, and so on, so on, so on, he would ask you, what's your intention? You're not there for 4 months yet, you know, whatever. So he wants to know that this person is a serious person and it's not. And if you tell him you're serious and then you'd have to put your desire for his daughter in writing. And then he will respond to you in writing. That was his style. I don't know where he picked up that formality. So you had to. We could play, but I remember one of the few beatings I got was because I was down the road playing at a time when I should have been at home, or he was missing me. When he comes, he could check and see who is there, and I wasn't there. So when somebody told me I went down the road to play for somebody down there, he walked down the road and he grabbed me by one hand, and the way he held me, he was coming back up Portsmouth Front Street with me, but my face was facing the back and his face in front. He didn't even care where they were thing. And when I did reach him,
that was that tough?
Yeah. And I got a first class, one of the few first class volleys I got.
Oh, in first class?
Yes. That's what he used to call it. First class beating. That's what he used to call it.
Give me a description of that first class beating.
Yeah.
Give me a good description of that first class beating.
No, he used to beat us with tambourine whip or rope, you know. In fact, I wondered if he would have survived. They'd maybe call it child abuse today, but I'm saying, I mean, one have to look at that and really think about it, right? In that, the way he brought up 16 and they all tertiary educated and all did well, I think he must have done something right. He may have been a disciplinarian to the extreme, but my mother probably tempered it. And it must have done something right to have them all do well, you know, and so many children. And he didn't have, as I said, we were in Posey and in kitchen is coal pot and that kind of thing. So
I think I want us to talk about a little bit about that coal pot and that Posey. I want a little bit to know about your breakfast and your lunch and so on. But I'll come to that in a while, because we're speaking about RBD and his girls and his girls with boyfriend and so on. What experience you had with your father?
What
experience you had with your father, boyfriend?
No, well, I wasn't. I was actually, as I said, because I had a bad accident. He used to spend a lot of time and take a lot of care with his children. And at some point when I was 3 or a little earlier, I just stopped walking. And it was alleged, up to now I don't know that one of the persons helping us in the house, a boyfriend came into the house and she jumped out the window.
Family.
Just hold on, caller. Okay, go ahead, caller. You see that you're very busy.
Yeah. Mrs. Murdock.
Yes, dear.
I want to tell you in advance, thanks for making it a reality. Thanks for making the presentation or the discussion possible. However, I have listened to many Dominican politicians over the years, yeah?
Yes.
And I must say that the Honorable Mike Douglas deceased was indeed a brilliant orator and political lecturer who served the country well during his years as a member of parliament. Because of his witty nature, he was compelled to listen whenever he spoke, knowing that his presentations were filled with facts, sometimes not so true, but something you could sit back and enjoy. So it's not always nice to compare the past with the present. I must confess that today's politics, quote-unquote, nasty business, cannot be compared to yesteryear. Mike, both you and your brother Rosie were born to be humble servants of our beloved nature.
Yes,
and
true.
sadly went to the unknown to continue their lives with the Lord. Thanks, brothers, for your measurable contributions to our nation, while the legacy of the Douglas family carries on. Awesome conversation, and thanks again for making it possible. Good night, and I'm listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks. Thank you.
So Athlene, I want to know about you and boyfriend with RBD. You must have had a story, because you said that RBD used to take special attention to his girls, and when the boys and them come inside, he would say, "What is your intention?"
What's your intention? Yeah. Well, although I got married late, when he learned that I have a boyfriend, and the boyfriend, he saw the boyfriend come and he asked him, "What's your intention?" Just as he normally does. So Jeff told him, he said, "Well, put in writing your intentions."
So
Jeff wrote to him.
Yeah. By any chance you have that letter?
Yes.
I want you to read that letter. You need to read that letter first.
Dear Mr. Douglas, greetings. This letter is to serve as a formal request asking your permission to engage in holy and everlasting matrimony the precious hand of your beautiful and beloved daughter, Miss Athlene Jean Douglas. Athlene and I have shared many serious and spirited moments since our acquaintance in December 1987. We are building a solid relationship on the foundation of faith, trust, hope, love, and a strong involvement in Christian beliefs. I must tell you a little about myself to inform you properly of my background and to ensure you that my capabilities and intentions are positive and full of commitment and proven integrity. Jeff and I was only going on for two months. I have been raised on a farming and ranching operation where I was born in the state of Montana in the United States. I have always employed myself in activities involving agriculture and agricultural business enterprises. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in agribusiness from Montana State University. I spent my postgraduate years from 1982 to 86 working with agricultural, community and youth development in the drought-stricken agricultural place of Lesotho, South Africa. This was volunteer work, no pay. From there, I received an associate fellowship to train for 15 months in Peace Corps headquarters in Washington, D.C. I received an associate director position for overseas management and administration of Peace Corps Dominica. My tour of duty expires in December 1989. I intend to pursue another 2.5 tour of duty overseas in another foreign country. The traveling and work experience is an invaluable source of knowledge. I currently earn a gross pay of US $23,000 per year. Net pay after take is approximately US $17,000 or EC $16,000. My performance here on Dominica should warrant a substantial promotion before my tour ends. This will increase my salary for my next position. Remember, I really want to know if you can support his daughter. I intend to pursue international development work options up until 1993 or 1995. I hope to return to university to obtain a master's degree in business. Athlene and I have discussed these options. She is willing to pursue her professional career along with mine. We may live in the United States while I finish further education. I am a God-fearing human being that believes in raising a family in the Christian faith. I believe in discipline and love to be offered to children and accountability for their upbringing. Upbringing and responsibility is the responsibility of parents. I believe in a strong family bond and see it as a source of unity that preserves family longevity. I ask for your permission to marry Athlene and offer her my love, my heart, and my soul for eternity. Thank you for your consideration and favorable response in this very important request. Sincerely, Jeff Douglas Murdock.
But R.B. was very serious, man.
So, and within a short while, he answered, "Dear Mr. Murdock, it affords me
hold
great pleasure."
On. You're saying your father responded to Murdock?
In writing, yes.
Okay, let's hear that.
"Dear Mr. Murdock, it affords me great pleasure to acknowledge receipt of your letter, acquainting me of your friendly relationship with my daughter, Athlene."
Totally. R.B. still have not gotten the story yet. R.B. still said friendly relationship.
Yeah.
so R.B. queer. So Jeff will write a long letter like that, and it is friendly. And he telling you want to give your daughter his heart, his soul, his everything. R.B. can still this a friendly. I already in say the guts.
Yes. He said, "Your friendly relationship with my daughter Athlene and requesting my daughter's hand in holy matrimony. I have taken the greatest pleasure to give my fullest consent to your request. I am very much pleased to know of your outstanding achievements and qualifications. Athlene, for her part, is a fairly well qualified young lady, fully capable of giving a good account of herself. I have every reason to hope that your married lives will be a happy and memorable one. If at any time any matter may arise that may give rise to any friction or misunderstanding, don't fail to acquaint me, and you may rest assured that I will be ready to do all I can to allay the matter. If there is any other matter which you would like to discuss with the family, you are at liberty to make your arrangement with me. Please accept my best regards. Yours respectfully, Robert B. Douglas." He had a very outstanding signature.
Why? I really said yes, basically. What Winnie Green said, "Where, Papa?" Well, that is a very serious letter.
I think the present day parents, we allow men too long to go with their thing without saying, "But let me hear what you're about. Is it play? I want you to play with my child. Are you serious? Are you well intentioned?" I think it's fair.
Someone else said that was the normal way of life in those days.
Yes.
This was a serious this was serious business. My God, you mean the guy had to write that letter to your father, or else all door closed?
And he has to know if you can afford to maintain his child. You might be, just a V-neck that you're not working or whatever. You don't want to work, you lazy.
So R.B. never say, "Well, he's a white man, you're going to marry." So he wasn't. R.B. wasn't the kind of guy that was segregating people. He wasn't believing in black and white.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he died 9 days after my wedding. He brought me up the aisle himself, because he takes all these girls up the aisle, and 9 days later he passed. He found him on the estate with his boots on. That's why when the bishop gave his day, he died with his boots on, cutlass in hand. His cutlass was just coming, getting off his hand. The boots were still on. His glasses on the side, maybe from the fall. He made a whop maybe at a coconut or something, and that's where he fell. Never was sick or anything. But I think it's a wonderful way to live. You don't need Pampers or anything for years. I ask God to let me die like my parents did.
Yeah, that, eh? Jeffrey Lynn Douglas Murdock. He said, "All my secrets are out." My brother Jeffrey Lynn Douglas Murdock, Tutman Kalisav, you wrote a letter to R.B. And Jeffrey still put that on Facebook, Jeffrey Brave. Another person said, "A man after my heart, so much respect and accountability. Another one said, Gwendolyn Natter said, yeah, thumbs up. That was the measure of real man. So you see, Jeffrey, everybody's saying that you're a real man to write that letter to your father-in-law. And your father-in-law accepted you. And today you all have over 50 plus years together. So the man after his heart. And another very interesting program. Yes. Thank you, Edwin. I'm London. So let's go back. So that only happened to you or the other ladies?
Well, he needed formal. If he sees you dating, he needed formal connection with you to know what you're doing with my child, what you're doing with my daughter. Are you serious?
But Jeffrey looking for trouble. Yeah, what Jeffrey Lyndon Douglas? You know that person?
Yeah, I know him.
Who's that person?
He's my husband.
Mr.
My husband of 36 years.
This guy likes trouble. You know what the guy said? Athlene did not like me at first. I had to work hard for her approval. Huh. What does that mean?
Well, because Rosie came out with what is black power, I was very much, into black power and the pride and dignity of black people, and I was stuck with that. That's why I've never pulled my hair in my life. And even if I felt I wanted a different hairstyle just for change, I wouldn't do it on principle. And having met a white guy making break, I told him, let me tell you something now. You're not in my list of men to marry. In case not marry, I want to marry like that. But you wouldn't qualify. First, you're white. 2, you're younger than me. Black women like men that older than them for their husband. 3, you're looking like a priest. So just move from there and leave me alone.
I want Mr. Jeffrey Lyndon Douglas Murdock say that is true on Facebook. Athlene, who deserve a munlasa?
Yes. Ask him. I told him that.
No, you have to tell us that way. Jeffrey, you're on Facebook. Please endorse the message. Please tell us what Athlene just said is actually true. I want everybody's laughing now. And you know what he said? You know what he says? She does not lie. So which means that you are actually talking. You watch a man in his face, and you said to him that he's a white man.
Yes.
He looking like a priest. And that he's younger than you. So there's 3 kongs, he's out of it.
Out, you don't qualify.
Boy, you're pure Douglas. Or Rosie Douglas. What?
Well, one of the things I find though from my experience with Jeff and generally what I see, I find a lot of people ask me, you're such a black power person, how you end up with a white man? And I told them, first of all, it's not a white man I'm looking for like that, as you can notice from what I told him. And after 2 months, he's asking me to marry him. And I said, I have other black boyfriends, and nobody else ever asked me to marry them. If I'm not ugly now, it's not then I would have been ugly. My body not bad now, it's not then it would have been bad. So why did they not? They tell me because, well, maybe they were afraid, they're thinking that, I don't know, all kind of different
because the Douglases are powerful people.
Well, that, I don't know.
And sometimes men don't like women that are so powerful. That would stand to them.
But we don't ask. We don't. I see a man going on for a woman. She has a child. She has 2 children. I mean, if you're not serious, move on and let the woman find a man that she loves, and let the man find a woman that he loves. Don't just stay there and give her children, and then afterwards you don't marry her. I find that's in poor taste. And my father would watch that too. That's why he probably was always saying, "Tell me early what your intention is. What's your intention?" If you play, you play and move on.
Someone said
leave my daughter alone.
Someone said you're a real Douglas. You are a real Douglas. And another person said, "Posse power of self first." Boy, you're not easy. PJ Lynn Douglas, granddad was a man ahead of his time in a lot of ways. So that is Pauline J. Douglas.
Yeah, that's a grandchild.
As we're saying this about grandchild, let me see if I can get some of his grandchildren there. Is Pauline in any of the pictures there? I'm seeing Debbie, the daughter of
Debbie, Rosie's daughter.
Rosie's daughter. I can see former Senator Sean Douglas.
Another grandchild.
Another
Yes.
grandchild. I can see Ian, another grandchild. All of these children that are there are grandchildren of RBD?
Yeah.
Wow. So RBD had a real big clan. That's still a small number.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of his 16 children and their children and some of their children, it's over 40 something of us. It's nearly 50. It's over 50.
Yes, that's so you.
That's why we say it seems like we have a lot of property, but when because we left our property as a whole, when you look at all of us, it's just about what we would need.
I suspect so. So you cannot remember, or you don't know of any of your other sisters who would have had that challenge to bring their boyfriends home so that RBD can endorse?
Well, in the case of Jeff, he was right in his face. We were in Dominica, I was in Portsmouth, and Jeff is coming to Portsmouth to see me, that kind of thing. So he was more aware of it than a lot of the other children who are overseas, in the teenage years, in somewhere that he not facing it. But in any time when he would see it, he would behave the same way. He wants to see it in his face, and he would ask you, what's your intention?
Yeah, what your husband said. I still remember what Athlene wore that first night we met. A nice one-piece orange madras dress. She had a big afro. She was so soft-spoken and beautiful. I was interested at the first instance. Wow. That's what your husband had to say. That's so brilliant to see, brilliant. And I thank you, Jeff, for just reminding Athlene how you saw her. Athlene, put up your face, let your husband see your face now, man.
What's that?
Put up your face for your husband to see your face. Just put up your face. Let us see your eye.
Oh.
Nice. Yes. Right. So Jeff, you saw that face. No, Athlene. I was asking you if you know of any other of your sisters that would have had to bring their loved one home before they would have gotten married to them.
I think when my sister Ken's mom, when she was a Vincentian working in Dominica Air Radio Caribbean. I think that's what he came here for. I think he had the same treatment. And I wouldn't be surprised, although Tingle is one of the sisters I'm closest to. I never asked her that in particular, but I wouldn't be surprised if Marley McIntyre had the same treatment from my dad.
Well, she's listening.
Because they were all courting in Dominica.
Well, if she's listening, I think she should write us or call us on the telephone. The numbers to call is 1-800-327, 1-800-327 or 305-432-9744, 305-432-9744. If you're overseas, you don't pay for that number, or you can call 448-3284, 448-3284. So let us go back a bit. What about your brothers? They had to go for that rigging treatment, like how you all went as girls?
Oh, he was
Went
even
through?
stricter with the boys. I told you, he used to beat us with a tamarind whip. And tamarind whip, I don't know, you probably wouldn't have had to go through that.
So you tell me, I get my blows in my tamarind whip too, so you tell me Mike and Rosie get flogging from RBD?
Oh yes, they would have probably got more than even those that came after, because they were popular and quite they used to mix with the society a lot. He was into his politics too, so everybody knew them. They were tall, dark, and handsome. RBD's children, so they would he would have had some. They would have had some times when they come home late and things like that. Yeah, he used to give you levole.
I mean, let's say books are having it because you can't have a levole.
Oh yes, in fact, people. I heard. I wasn't there in those days. At that time, I wasn't born yet. Or everything. He would. One time he would make. He would take them. He took off their pants and was giving them a volley. And somebody came up. A few people came up at the time I would be. They heard. He said, "Woi, me go lolo."
Good evening to you, caller. You're on the line. Good evening, caller.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for holding on.
Yes, man, I just want to comment Athlene. I mean, she knows so much of the history. And you see the Douglas family, they're a great family, People can say what they want. I mean, I'm from Portsmouth. I know them very well. They are my good friends. As a matter of fact, Last year I was in Germany and Marina brought so much chocolate for me. When she found out that we are up in Germany with my Special Olympics team, man, she came all the way, drive so far to bring the chocolate. But what I want to say to Michael Douglas was a very great orator, boy. And I remember a young fella, man, in the House of Assembly, man, I would tune on to Michael Douglas. Yeah, I mean, Eustace Francis was a good orator, but Michael Douglas was great. And even Rosie himself, one, and and the Douglas family, I mean, they have been closely knit, well educated, and no matter what, R.B. Douglas and Ma Douglas, they took care of their children. And the children, they, discipline and so on. And I always admire every one of them. They are my good friends. We talk and so on. I remember even Rosie Douglas. I have this book there reading about the struggle of Rosie Douglas. And Rosie Douglas was a loving guy, I mean, when you read those things and you hear these things and you see the contribution this guy made to humanity, and it was great. And I remember even in 2000, the night before he died there, I traveled with Rosie Douglas from Puerto Rico to Dominica. Actually, I was in the Australia Olympics as the chef de mission for Dominica, and I actually welcomed Rosie Douglas at the Olympics. He came and, prepared his credentials and everything. And then coming back down, man, when I saw the man sick that night, man, I tried to get wash when them, but when I came out from the plane, when I was coming out from the plane, when I landed at Melville, I say, comrade, do you want to come out first? Should I make an announcement? He tell me no, he want to be the last person to come out from the plane. Man, so I am listening, and it's really touching, man. The Douglas family, they have been wonderful. I mean, and they have done a lot for Portsmouth, people of Hampstead, and no matter what people say, I can tell you, man, these people are really from God. Good night, I'm listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the compliment.
Natasha Henderson is watching. VTJM Radio DJ Kojak is watching, and your nephew Ken Deer is also watching. Good evening to you, Ken. I know Ken will know me something of that nature, I wish Ken could call in and to give us his historical aspect of the Douglas family. So, yes, I was showing a picture a while ago of the family, your mom and all of the other siblings of yours. You said that you have a sister as a nun. Tell us how that happened.
Yeah, well, she was all of us went to boarding school in Grenada. A lot of the girls into boarding school in Grenada. When they were beginning to have boyfriends, living in Roseau, one year RBD went all around the Caribbean to see where he can get a boarding school where he can afford to send his girls, because he's not in boyfriend business with teenagers, and he living in Portsmouth and in Roseau with man. So he went and he eventually found a school that he could afford, a Grenada Catholic boarding school. And he took at that time the girls, Tingale, Joyce, Eleanor, Patsy, and he took them to Grenada. They were the first, and all of us eventually went until the boarding school closed. I was the last person there. And then eventually she decided she wanted to be a nun. As you said, we were brought up with, prayer being very important in our lives. That's probably one of the biggest inheritance I think we have got from our parents, is the power of prayer and what faith can do. Lames Lapue living. So Patsy went to be, and if you were to ask anybody in St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Trinidad, Grenada, where she has served, it's just that she was a nun, but she was really like a politician. When you have protests in St. Vincent Street, she there with her cassock, her nun's clothes, leading the protest for teachers. She was a very much outspoken. Everybody with her. When I went to St. Vincent, because we wanted to bury her in Dominica, so I went to St. Vincent to get her body. So they were having a big service there first, because all the children in the school, she was there for years. And then I brought the body back with me to Dominica. But I first stayed in the St. Vincent airport on my way to Dominica. And when I reached St. Vincent, in fact, before I even got to check out about the body coming down and preparing for the coffin and all that, the guy in immigration, when my turn reached, asked me, so yeah, there was. I said, well, yes, I'm from Dominica. I came to take Sister Pat's body down. He said, Sister Pat? Oh, Vincy Queen? So she was outstanding in St. Vincent as well, and very, very loved. Almost as if she was a politician herself. Like, really, she's very efficient, very brilliant, and very much encouraging to children who may not make it, is the thinking about less fortunate was just a natural thing and fighting the cause of the less fortunate is just a natural thing for us. Even I remember, even at the expense sometimes of your own life. It's like Rosie could have taken a better job maybe in Canada when they offered him to be a senator, but that he's not going to run away from discrimination of black people because you're offering him a job. You can hold your job. That's the kind of thinking we have. I remember when it's hurricane time in Portsmouth, that jetty used to be really wild and it used to be like a joke for us watching from the veranda. We see, whoa, a big wave and so on. We've lost a few boats in that thing. Or one time my father was so brave and he ventured to go in there. One example, I remember him jumping off the Portsmouth jetty in a wild sea during a hurricane to save someone who was drowning. I mean, he could have drowned himself, and he's such a little man anyway. But that's just how he thinks, that person, and everybody just there watching almost as if it's a they don't know what to do. No, he jumped in and picked up the person and saved that person. That is his kind of thinking and attitude. It's a kind of Douglas thing to be a we don't afraid people, and we'll take the consequences if we need to.
Okay.
It's a good way to be, although you may suffer for it, but at the end of the day, you will have a better legacy.
Sean Richard Douglas says, good evening. I'm locked in. Great, intriguing, gripping, and compulsive listening. I wish, Sean, you could call in. I'm going to show you a picture that's shown as when you're very, very young, right? I am sure that's when you're very, very young and cheeky, Still very cheeky, but, in the days when you're very, very, very cheeky. All right, Sean, that's you right there. And also, Coal Flame Seraphine says that she's actually watching. 131 people at this time as we speak actually watching and listening to the program on Facebook. I can imagine what it is on YouTube and also on radio. So it says, Athlene, that you're doing quite a fantastic job tonight talking about the Douglas clan. Now, Athlene, let's go back a bit in reference to the kitchen, the house, the posy. I want to know a little bit about the foods that you all ate in growing up.
Well, we ate, we always had because my mother was always busy baking a child every year. She was helping in the shop and also taking care of her family. So she needed help. And one thing in those days, there was always good help. And but my father kept a very simple diet. And in those days, in fact, we were not eating with knife and fork. We were eating with a fork. And you had to eat everything on your plate. The same waste not, want not principle.
Just hold a while, please. Just hold the fort a while, please. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Cecil. Good evening to your guest. And is Brain there tonight?
No, Brain's not here tonight. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was out, but I was listening to, I forgot her married name, but Miss Douglas. And can I use your maiden name?
Sure.
Yes. So, Cecil, I tell you, the program is getting better and better every week.
Thank you.
Listening to her, my dad came into my mind. He would have done the same thing, but fortunately for me, he was not home for 16 years. But I really admired your dad. I did not know him, but I have read about him and the stand that he took with so many different things. He was such a great man. And earlier on, I heard you mention that he was not educated. That's one thing that bothers me when people say that, because at the time, there were not enough high schools for every student to go to. I always tell people, no, everyone is educated in their field, because look at him. You said he did not even finish elementary school, right?
Yeah.
Right, but look at the great man that he was, the example, that he's shown. Maybe so many people were working for him. He provided clothing and shelter for people who were in need. And on another note, your brother Rosie, I really admired him for the stand that he took in Canada. Even though he was deported, but I don't think that really fazed him. And he really stood up, for people who were contrary to what he believed. So he was great, I wish I could have known him, and I believe that your parents did an excellent job raising you all, and I believe tonight some people might be taking note. So continue what you are doing, and I wish all your family the best, because I know, like you said, it's about almost 50 of you all together. So continue being an example to the younger ones, and continue taking a stand for truth. All right, Cecil, have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much for your contribution tonight.
You're welcome.
Athlene, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank her for the encouragement. It's a different mindset now, and it's good to, we as if we want to throw all the old-fashioned ways out, but we need to keep what's good and then move on with new things. Because if we just throw everything out, we may lose some good things. So I'm glad she's seen that, Well, you see, it's true what she says about education, because we're talking about educated in book learning, but there's some people, they're educated book learning, but you have 1 year in that they just have that book, you have to think, and it's your attitude, and there's a lot more than just book learning to make you use your education to be, to call yourself a well-educated person. So what she said is, is something we should be thinking about. It's not just about getting educated with book. I mean, he left school at 14. He was barefoot going to school from country to non-school, and yet he was able to achieve so much. So that's why he always said common sense beat education. I'm not saying don't get educated, but we have to use our mind, and we have to develop an attitude as well as the book learning that we are blessed with at this time of the world.
As a matter of fact, your nephew, the Ambassador Ian Douglas, called and said that he's listening. He's going to try his best to call me from Cuba. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening, Cecil.
That's him directly. That's Ian. Good evening to you, Ian.
Hello, Ian. How are you doing, Ian?
Auntie Athlene.
Yes,
I'm fine. You're doing a good job.
Thank you. But your generation may remember more than I can from the grandchild standpoint.
Yes, indeed.
And I want you to
there's so.
Go ahead, Ian. No, I was about to ask you. I was about to tell you that I want you to give us from the grandchildren point of view about your granddad. But you're going to make a point, make that point, and then you can give us that information.
Yeah, I was saying there are so many stories of granddad. I think each and every one, like Auntie Athlene told you, there are 24 children, 16 legitimate with his wife. So, there are about maybe by now close to 30 or 40 grandchildren. And I guess each grandchild probably have their own story that they can tell, both from stories that they have learned from the first generation, because we call our aunties and our uncles first generation, generation 1, G2, and we are basically G3. So but we you there with me, Cecil?
Yes, I'm there. I'm listening.
Yeah, we were very fortunate, especially those of us who were born and grew up in Dominica. A lot of the grandchildren were born in Dominica, yes, but a lot of them kind of migrated. So those of us who grew up in Portsmouth, like myself and some of the others, because the first set of grandchildren actually grew up in the house with my grandfather and my grandmother. So people like Ken, or Ken,
mm-hmm.
and Cheryl, his sister, and of course Debbie for Uncle Rosie, and Debbie's brother Tiani, Sharon McIntyre. Those older grandchildren actually had the privilege of spending perhaps even more time with my grandfather and really under his care and control, together with the younger children like Uncle Monty, Auntie Athlene, Auntie Irma, Uncle Washway, before they actually migrated to the US. And our existence really at that time was spent between Portsmouth and the store. And of course, he had a number of businesses in Portsmouth Central itself. And you had to get involved. And also at Hampstead, our existence at Hampstead was, sometimes all summer, you'd spend at Hampstead in the Hampstead house. And, you'd have to go to the farm to tend the chickens. And a lot of time would be spent on Batibu Beach and in the coconut fields, in the copra house. So he had that quality of integrating all of his children, and when I say children, I mean both his children and grandchildren, into the business itself. You have to grow up, and the culture of hard work and discipline and thrift was inculcated in you from young. I remember, I'll give you one story. I remember my father was telling us when he went to England at a very young age, at the age of 16, he wrote his father a letter to send him some money to get some stuff. And RBD wrote back, RBD told him, I never lost a penny, I never found a cent. So he said probably he didn't quite understand what RBD was talking about. So he sent RBD a telegraph saying, no mon, no fun, your son, meaning no money, you can have no fun, your son. Well, listen to that question. RBD responded to the telegraph. RBD said, how bad, so sad, your dad.
Yeah. Your auntie gave us that joke a while ago, and I couldn't believe that. Here you are repeating.
Oh, she did.
Yes, she did. And I laughed. I am laughing louder because it is truth, to the best.
Yes. So that's the kind of person he was. He was a disciplinarian.
Mm-hmm.
You had to be constructively occupied when you were around him. You couldn't be playing around.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my father told us once that he put him to kneel down in the supermarket.
What?
One Saturday morning. Yeah, because he was playing bad. Mike, that is Mike I'm talking about,
Hold on there.
So anybody who walked in the store, I already had him repeat a poem. Tell him, I, Michael Douglas, mean to play bad. But my father, Robert Douglas, more bad than me. So if I think I want to play bad, jab ke bote moyale.
Oi, RBD was tough.
He was, and he raised all his children, and that is why it is no magic that all 16 of them grew up and became successful in their own right. And we can even say the same thing of the grandchildren too. Everybody pursuing their own professional endeavors. And nobody end up in jail. Nobody end up on drugs. So far, thank God, knock on wood. Everybody seriously engaged in the community and in their own lives, building their lives. And that is because of the grounding that RBD had established as a family.
As a boy, Ian, quickly, let me ask you, when you found out that your dad was sick, what that did to you? I know you were still a very young boy, maybe in your early teenage.
Yeah, I was 19, I believe, at the time.
Right.
1992.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What did it do to you as a boy, knowing the fame that your father would have created around that time?
But that was crazy, Cecil. That was like absolutely devastating because, I mean, I had spent time growing up with my father, and I was just about the age, let's say 18, 19, when I really started getting close to my father and interacting with him, especially on a social and political level, understanding, the social consciousness that he was involved with himself and Rosie, because Rosie lived with us for a certain amount of time. And I had just started getting involved in the politics on a youth level, the LYO, and started to move about with him in his political meetings, So, and it was shocking because it happened so quickly. From diagnosis to death really took about 2 months. February 1992, when he actually was diagnosed with cancer of the pancreas, to April 30th, 1992, he was gone, he was dead. And Mike wasn't the pillar of his immediate family. He was like, after RBD's death, he sort of took on the RBD role as the patriarch of the patriarch of the extended family. Because, the Douglas family have some famous family meetings that we usually have, because we have like a company, RBD Limited. And around Boxing Day to New Year's, we kind of get together to discuss the family business aspect. Athlene haven't gone into Hampstead Estate, the various profit centers, the cinema, the guest house, the snack it. RBD did everything already, from selling salt to selling kerosene to sell bread. RBD had various liquor shops all along the north, maybe from Capuchin, Cottage, Portsmouth. He had Market Grocery. So the family has continued that business legacy in a company called RBD Limited, and we get together like every Christmas. And now that you have technology, even those who live overseas actually contribute to those meetings. So Mike kind of took on the role of, that father figure that had after RBD's death. I believe it was in 1988 or thereabouts. And then when he died, and then later Rosie died, it's like, well, right now you have other family members that play that role, like Auntie Joyce and stuff, that, senior and seniority and keeping the family together and keeping the family focused on what we have to do as a family, both from our private business aspect, because we have a business aspect of the family, and the family from since my grandmother days also recognize its social responsibility, and that is the social aspect, the religious aspect, the political aspect, the giving back comes in. So the family is multifaceted, and all of us seem to have maybe taken different qualities and different attributes, some from RBD and some from my grandmother, because RBD at the end of the day became the powerhouse that he has become on a national level, on a local level, in large measure due to the contribution of his wife, Madame Marobot. She was the prayer warrior. She was the person who looked after the community. A lot of the charitable endeavors that you hear Auntie Athlene speak about, helping people in the community, first coming and coming up. They want a sugar and thing to make cake. They have to get cloth to make dress. Somebody die, you have to go laver, a jar of coffee, and a lot of the political attributes of Mike and Rosie really came from that foundation, from especially my grandmother. Right? People used to call her mother of sorrows, because everybody who had a sorrowful story, know that they could go to her, and even if she had to hide from her husband to give, she'd give you something, to go home. So even a lot of our political success as politicians really comes from, especially my grandmother. A lot of people like me to tell me, if it wasn't for your grandmother, I would vote for you. If it wasn't for your father, So that is the legacy that has been established.
I want to ask you quickly before you go, Ian. What was the last word of between you and your father just before he passed?
Well, my father and myself, actually, I was probably the one who, well, my younger brother was Hakim was around too. But Robert was in England. So Hakim and myself spent a lot of time with him, in his last days, especially in the hospital. And Robert came down and we would spend a lot of time talking. He would talk to us about his upbringing and his young days in Portsmouth and how he got into politics and the business aspect. Because, he himself got into business. He had a shop, he had a disco. I guess he learned all that from his father. He had a boat. His father had a boat actually before him. And we had an opportunity to really dive deep down into the personality on a personal level, in the sense that you could see your father and you see him as the political figure, Mike, but those last days there, and the end is near, give you an opportunity to really get deep down, into the person and what he expects of us, how he expects us to carry on, how he expects us to fulfill his legacy, the political aspect of it, and the business aspect of it. So a lot of the last days, especially Princess Market Hospital, even if my mother there, was spent in dialogue. I think Auntie Athlene was taking a lot of notes too in those last days, I guess in the hope of probably writing a book at some point about his life and his upbringing. But a lot of who Mike and Rosie actually became eventually, although they died very young in their 50s, was influenced by RBD, because RBD used to take them around when they were young boys, when he himself was involved in politics. And I remember Rosie always saying, he saw the workers on the estate, as a young boy, and how they contributed to his own upbringing and the wealth of his father, and the ability that his father had to provide for his own children was in due and in fact to the labor that was provided on the estate and the stores, in the supermarket, in the businesses, and really Rosie's drive to fight for the downtrodden, for the less fortunate, for the underprivileged, for the marginalized, really was shaped and influenced by those experiences there, and it was not by accident that, the first constituency that he ended up representing was the People's constituency, in which the community of Benz and Vimy and Solder is in the heart of that constituency, because most of these people actually found employment on the Hampstead estate, and Rosie was growing up as a young boy,
But Ian, thanks for this information. It's really nice. But before you go, I'm sure that you can help us to tell us a little bit. We're just from the discussion that we have, how your stint is in Cuba.
Oh, it's going good. It's going good. Cuba is a stalwart. Dominica. I pride myself whenever I go out and I meet other diplomats, especially Cuban diplomats creating in government in Cuba. I always start by telling them that Dominica has relationships with Cuba since 1979, Cecil. Although we established diplomatic relations formally with Cuba in 1997 or thereabouts. But our relationship with the Cuban Communist Party, with Fidel Castro, and with the Cuban government started at a meeting of the non-aligned movement in 1979, in which I think Rosie and Bernardino probably attended.
Correct.
And that is when the Cuban scholarship program started. That's when I think Severin Mackenzie, Panman, and maybe about 12 of them or so actually came up. And that's where the Cuban scholarship program started back then. So we've had a long, strong relationship with the Cuban government and the people of Cuba for the better part of 40 plus years. And that I see my role contributing to the strengthening of that relationship, particularly now we know that Cuba is going through a very difficult period because of the, we have to continue to stand by them and to support them. And, so Cuba is a member of the international community, and this U.S. blockade is just unjust, it's unfair, it's inhumane. You can't be punishing a people for something that happened, 50, 65 years ago. It's just not fair.
Not so sure what happened, Ian. Sorry about that. I'm not so sure. Athlene, it's good to hear the voice of Ian, listening from Cuba and listening to your contribution that you have been making.
Yeah, in fact, it was Rosie who started this big wave of Dominicans going to be qualified in Cuba. A lot of Dominicans got educated in Cuba even long before he became prime minister. And those days everybody was making noise because communist was like a bad word. And look, now we have a relationship with Cuba. My nephew is even there, and he's, we can't underestimate the part Cuba has played in helping us with education in particular. I remember one year I went to Cuba for one of the Carifestas was there, and it was amazing. I mean, we have a lot to learn from them. We have a lot they can offer us. And Rosie jumped on that bandwagon never mind what people might have to say about communism. He jumped on it, and he tried to take advantage of the opportunity there. And that was a good thing.
How do you feel, even as a Douglas, your brother, that's your brother, has helped in the liberation of Angola, fighting against South Africa, helping in the liberation of Nelson Mandela, in working together with Muammar Gaddafi, one of the big African leaders, working with the Caribbean government, working with the central government, working with Central America, in trying to bring some prosperity and peace into that region, and Central America also. How do you feel as a sister to as some persons would say, an ordinary Dominican? Who is your brother? How do you feel about that?
Well, it's a to me we feel proud of the connection, because it's a worthwhile struggle. It's a worthwhile thing to have spent time and taken the interest that it required. It was worth the while, and it's a positive thing. Never mind the negative experiences that may arise from it, but it was good that it happened, and he had the courage to allow it to happen.
Now let's go back to the program, as we were talking earlier on in reference to the foods that you all would have eaten at home on a Sunday morning. Like in the poor families, you would find parents saying to you have to do certain chores for you to get ice cream. Or you on a Sunday, you would be given the opportunity to eat rice with red beans and maybe a viande couche or something of that nature. The best meal on a Sunday. How was your bringing up in that period?
Well, actually, it was maybe what the average Dominican best meal, in that every day we had, because we had opportunity to grow food, every day we had dasheen, yam, regular kind of food like that. My father, in fact, didn't eat rice. Can't put rice in his plate at all. So, and we had fish every day. The person would bring fish. In fact, up to now, one of the persons who brought fish for my mother brings fish from Jeff and leaves it in the office there for me from Collyho. So Sabro still brings fish for me as he brought for my mother in those days. We ate red fish practically every day, and only on Sunday there was a change, in which case sometimes you'd have a red beans added to it, and we'd add beef. So Sisin, a very popular man who reared cows, he would kill a cow and have it sold at the market in Portsmouth.
Sisin was my uncle.
Is that right?
Yes, Sisin Cognet.
He was outstanding meat seller, and he would send my mama's meat for her. So on Sundays it's like a special. We have Sisin's beef, nice beef to eat, And we have that with red beans and so on. But the red beans and dashing, or same dashing and yam and so on. Essentially, we don't have any oven or so. So you just, is a courbouillon every day, fish courbouillon, nice red fish courbouillon, or a broth. At least 2-3 times a week there was a broth, which is bala or kuli or kai, with a nice broth, fish broth, and fig and cabbage, in what makes a broth nice. Another day might be another one pot, which is a red bean stew, a red bean soup is another one pot. And I think pilau is a little fish, but every day we ate fish. And on Sunday we had meat from Sissin, nice fresh beef, from the cow Sissin killed on Saturday at the post of market, and we had to eat everything on our plate. Was not allowed to waste anything at all. Simple food, simple meal, and as you said, it's an outside kitchen.
You said that earlier on, your daddy likes to eat dry bread. But before we go to that, someone is on the telephone. Let's hear what this person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Cecil, it's me again.
Mm-hmm.
I did not hear the program from the beginning, but I want to ask: was RBD from Dominica?
Yes, he's from Dominica. He is from Deguabalata, a place in Penville.
Oh, okay.
That's the ancestral roots of the Douglas family. In fact, I think even Lennox said that in one of his writings.
So okay, thank you very much, caller.
That's it.
Yes.
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, go ahead. I almost put you off. Go ahead.
Yes. I was listening to Ian talking about the family meeting. Oh my goodness. She might have said that her dad did not have an education, but this man was well-rounded as far as I can see, And, I wish we had more of our men who would follow his footsteps. Because we would not be having all this crime today, All these children, and like Ian said, nobody went to jail, and they all did well. Come on. Wow. But, I do not know the Douglas family, like I said. I know Ian because I met him in Roseau in 2016. But I've always admired Cabral and Tiani and Sean, So, oh my goodness. I'm so glad that she is on tonight, to really tell about the family, and this is what we are missing in Dominica, that discipline in the lives of our young men. Anyway, continue the program, Cecil.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
you.
Yeah. So after this, we're talking about the food. So you said that every day that you would have your fish. Now,
yes.
Kakoti was something common in the home?
Yes, we had my mother and father had a bush tea, and everybody else had a kaku or Milo or tea. First thing in the morning, even when we got married, Jeff found that so funny. He'd say, Mr. and Mistress Murdock, your tea. So even if you haven't got up yet, 5 o'clock she comes with a cup of tea to every place. And the big people would have bush tea, and the rest of us would have cocoa tea or Milo or Ovaltine.
What kind of
That's
tea?
how we started our day.
What kind of bush tea would they have?
You have verveine, all sorts of bush tea, mécontois, and anytime you had anything wrong with you, we had bush tea. That's why even now I have a herb garden at my house in Trafalgar, because I believe in bush tea. We kind of buying a lot of expensive. I'm not saying the pharmacy shouldn't sell, but we have such an abundance of good bush teas in Dominica, just in our backyard, that that's all they use. My parents used a lot of bush for healing.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening. Sir. What's going on?
Fine.
Yeah, this is Coach Jack. I want to say good evening to you again. Very interesting topic, but there's one thing to say that I think I'm against that. Your grandfather had knowledge. He was very educated. Look at people with education today and their behavior. That man was, and if you look at all the great men, they never really went to school. Your grandfather had knowledge, and knowledge is
Her
power.
father.
A father. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That man had knowledge. So let's talk about this education, because that education thing right now today, as you say, look at people's behavior. You know what I'm saying? The well-educated ones. You know, I just want to say that. That man had knowledge. That's why you guys are so well off today, because of the knowledge, and knowledge is power. I'm listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's true. That's why one of the things he would make us write in teaching us to write, it would common sense beat education. Common sense beat education. So he's right. You know, we wonder what education does. You know, we have because of education, we don't continue to be creative and to think, which is what's most important. And we underestimate the power of the mind, even if you're not educated. So he's right.
No, let me ask you, Athlene, in reference to the things that you all would have made for home, like people like myself, we grew up drinking flour pap and oats and cornmeal and were you all
oh yes,
given that type of
oh yes, for breakfast.
diet?
So I gave you the lunch is red fish every day, and one pot at least 3 times a week. We have a different one pot. People may think but a one pot actually is a very nutritious kind of meal, because it has everything in it. You have the fish, you have the food, you have the cabbage in it, everything. So, and you drink in all the gravy. So actually, it's the one pots are maybe even more nutritious than the separated gravies that we have. So we had at least 3 one pots: a red beans, a braff, and another one pot. And then the other things we might have the dashing cabbage and things like that. But every day red fish, and once a week sissons beef stew. that was our regular meal. And then we used to eat a lot of fruit, because remember, you have Hampstead with all these mangoes and grapefruits, and you know. In fact, at one time when Mike was a minister, he went to England to advertise Dominica's grapefruit, and it was such a success. He ended up by them referring to it in England as the great fruit rather than the grapefruit.
So tell us what the breakfast is like.
And breakfast was oats, oats or cornmeal or porridge now. And you know, oats, and only later I realized oats is a very good meal, you know. And we had our bakery. In fact, one thing he had, Daddy, you know, he had a certain way where he allowed the persons working with him to grow, and without never mind where they're coming from, their background. He had a bakery with nice bread, and all kind of different kinds of bread too. And Bulun, although today they would laugh at him and if you say, oh, he's homosexual, we loved him. That made no difference at all. In fact, neither here nor there. So what? He was just a very good baker, and he did an excellent job, and we loved him. Bulun, he allowed people who seemed to have some kind of talent or so. He let them grow, and many of them started their own businesses afterwards. You know, they went off on their own, people who worked with him, and started their own business, which is what you want people to do, to grow. Now, they don't have to stay with you all the time. They may want to themselves develop their own business, and he encouraged that.
Let's go back to the telephone quickly. Athlene, good evening to you. Caller.
Yeah, there are so many things emerging in this discussion. Athlene, this is Steinberg, Stain.
Oh, Stain, how are you doing, Stain? Stain used to work with me.
Cecil, she calls me Stain. Cecil, you don't know that name.
So from now on, I'll call you Dr. Stain.
Yeah, my most esteemed teacher worked with me at school. Yeah.
Yes, I was just calling to say 3 things. One of the earliest definitions of education was the ability to make ends meet. And although this has gone out now, it's more schooling, and there was always a distinction drawn between schooling and education in the early days of pedagogy. So it's, you know, we need not confuse them. But Cecil Athlene and I taught at PSS, Boston Secondary, and she gave me a book by Plato, a book titled Republic.
Is that right? I don't even remember that.
Yes. And I I mean, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, I would later read that in later years, but she gave me Plato's Republic, and I was like, at that time I was reading Jacques Rousseau and others, Contrat Social, because my father was into this French thing, so I was reading, and Athlene gave me the Republic, and it was such a shift for me in my thinking, and we always spoke very well. Athlene became teacher at BSS, at ITSS, Isaiah Thomas, and whenever she would meet me, I would kind of it was always so very personal. I stayed, what's going on? She was always so great. Here is the question from me to you. Ian spoke of your the multifaceted nature of the Douglases. I heard you say that you had been involved in business and politics and other dimensions, agriculture, and you decided to set up a spiritual outlook, a place where people could come to Hampstead for the weekend. What prompted you to do that? What is it about? And how is it progressing so far? I think this is a wonderful venture, and I want to praise you for it. So tell us a bit about that. Thank you very much, and have a good pleasure.
Yes, thank you, Steen.
Thank you, Dr. Steen.
Yeah. Because we've retained many of our parents' businesses, like coconuts. We are the biggest supplier to Dexia even now. We make coconut oil, we make honey, all that. We didn't make coconut oil in those days, but we have fruit punches, we went into a little more manufacturing as well, rather than just, because one of the things I think we need to realize is that producing something agriculture from the ground, and you have that is one thing, but where the money is really is in the manufacturing, and I think we should do more of that, because we make it, we send our things to thing, and it comes back in a manufactured form, and we buy it for big money. Why don't we make it ourselves and then send it out, rather than let them take our raw products and send it back for big money for us? So we are, in the family, we sort of we make our own coconut oil, we make coconut fruit, and we make fruit punches. We continue. We used to sell Robert's honey when we were growing up. Now we make honey as well, very fine honey. Before our parents focused more on the agriculture and store side of business, but then we developed the tourism part a little more. As I said before, we were going to do a big tourist partnership with a Scottish big firm, and in a way we were very disappointed at the time in 2006 when the Great Depression came and it didn't work out. But in a way, everything happens when you pray. It happens for the best. But we started to open up Batipu, like we have Batipu Beach Bar and Grill. If you look at TripAdvisor, it has rave reviews. We started to really, just because of my parents, I said, what I think they've given us, apart from great real estate, is to tell us the power of prayer. It's really something I cherish. So last year, we on the way to Batipu, we did a shrine, because religious tourism, as Father Coffey wrote in an article last year as well, it's a lucrative possibility for Dominica that we're not exploring enough, I think. So we developed a shrine, and from it you can, Batipu is in the background, but you can go there for reflection, for prayer. You can have, given before we used to have retreats, and at the retreat you have different things you may break up in single and double and couples to do, to be able to meet God, reach Him, and get into a close contact amidst the beautiful nature that we have. So we developed a great shrine, because my mother's name was Bernadette, and the person that Our Lady appeared to, if you're a Catholic, many times, as much as 16 and over times, was this young, ordinary farm girl called Bernadette. So and because that prayer tradition has been so strong, we thought, let us go into religious tourism as well, to encourage, as we said before, he used to let free of charge, let all the priests or the nuns have their retreats at the Hampstead House anyway. So we wanted to continue to do that. We want to develop some campground, because we used to do a little camping in that time and we stopped. So we want to develop, number one, as campgrounds. We do river rafting, we do heritage tours, but because and a certain appreciation of the beauty of Dominica, I don't think we've explored that to its fullest extent yet. So with this religious tourism, we want to encourage people to, in that particular space that we developed, and we develop in more, to come to meditate, to pray, and to have retreats so we can get closer to God.
Is Maria Douglas Murdock your daughter?
What's that?
Maria Douglas Murdock.
Yes.
That's your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, she's online. Teresa Frigis says, good evening to Mrs. Murdock Douglas, or Douglas Murdock. How are you doing? I am Mary Boyd Felix. She says that maybe because maybe you know her.
Oh, yes, we taught at one of the schools together. I was principal and she was a teacher there. I know her well.
I like this program all. All what you're saying is very good. Arlene Maynardman said, good night again, Mrs. Douglas. Question, if this opportunity comes around once, will the Douglas revisit the business venture that was stopped because of the 2006 fiscal crash?
I didn't get that, Cecil.
The person was asking if you all will revisit the business venture that you had when it crashed in 2006 because of the fiscal situation of the period worldwide.
Yes. Yeah, it involved a five-star hotel and over 200 villas and a golf course. We would, yes, certainly, but from that experience we learned we want to retain ownership in any project. Because sometimes we discovered things about that Scottish company that we hadn't known at the time, and we may have, if we had transferred the land already to the project with both of us, we would have lost our property, our best property at Hampstead.
Okay, let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes.
Lower down the volume of your radio, please. Lower down the volume of your radio, please, caller. Yes. Always remember that, when you call and the telephone is ringing, just lower down the volume of your radio. Yes, caller, go ahead.
She couldn't walk after time, but she never continued because she got struck.
What's that?
She could tell us what's wrong if that she couldn't walk when she was a youth.
Okay, if she wants, she'll tell us that. If she doesn't,
I'm saying to you,
if it's private,
but she get struck.
No. If it's a private
okay,
matter,
well, I could share that. I don't, for whatever reason, it was never very clear. As the story on the street was that whoever was helping my mom at the time, her boyfriend had come to visit her. So when they heard my parents coming, he jumped off the window and I was just below, creeping, and he jumped on my back. So there was no blood, but the bones got broken. And he always see that I was just sheeing, crying, but not walking, stop walking. And when I went to the hospital, when he took me to the hospital, he was very, very quick in making sure that the sickness is dealt with if it can. And I stayed there for a while and I wasn't getting better. Then one day he just came, he picked me up, put me on his arm, and he took me to Barbados. And with the helper of the time, he left, and then he had so many different businesses doing. He couldn't stay with me, so he came back and forth and left me with the helper in Barbados. And when I came back in a frame. They called it we used to call those is plaster Paris, from my chest down to my waist, and so that even when carnival time they put the whole box. People like the porters who used to take the things from his truck and put it in the shop for him when they come down. There was a tall one called John Sholine. He used to drink a lot, but he was a lovely man. And he put the whole box on his head and bring it to the house. And I stayed there for about a year, because I had to not move for the thing to heal. So he was that sort of a person that if you're sick, he'll go out of his way. So it must have cost him a lot to be able to bring me to Barbados, leave me with somebody there, and then after about a while, about a month or so, they bring me back in that state. And that's why people now, even later on, much later in life, would ask my mama, "Oh, you're lucky to efimla," and my mom would say, "Mila," say, "So usamashe," because they just assumed. In fact, one of my uncles came to visit one time and he saw me in that kind of state in the box, and he said, "Well, you have so many children. If one end up crippled, there's no big thing. Still say thank God." My mother made him repeat after her, bon Dieu, yon qui savent. In other words, don't pronounce my daughter being crippled. It's only God who will know, and she's, of course, lames lapue, living, going daily, individually and collectively in the Douglas family. And eventually I started to walk, and it was like a miracle. They couldn't understand because the doctors had given up. in Dominica. They just put me back in the frame to kind of say, well, maybe if that may work, but and in fact the doctor said just agree, that maybe she may just be a little bit crippled, but your children are so normal that don't make a big thing. He wanted probably to console him. So because of the way he acts quickly, and he doesn't make joke about if you're sick, he's going to go out of his way if your child of his is sick. That's why I'm walking today and I'm not crippled. He always tells me though, be careful, do not lift up heavy things, do not overdo, because your back is very fragile. But I was healed totally and unable to walk, so much so that people always take for granted that where's this crippled child that you have? Where is that one? See, but that is her right there. She's walking okay. So he's acting quickly. He's sort of a prayer intensity. He benefited from that a lot. The family.
Now, Athlene, let me also ask you. In all of this, your father did not do anything to the gentleman, or he never got to know.
Say that again, Cecil?
In all of this, the guy who jumped away from the window and jumped onto you.
Yeah.
The father never did anything, or he never got to know about it.
That was just a talk. He just noticed his daughter stopped walking. When he would kind of be walking between 2 and 3, starting to walk already, just stopped walking. Just shearing every time you could see when you touch a certain part, that making her cry even more. So something was wrong inside, but you're not seeing any cut, any hash, scratch anywhere. And just stopped, cannot talk between 2 and 3.
Cheryl Lakou said the Douglas family is Dominican royal dynasty. What do you think about that?
No, we are humble. We're sort of really happy to contribute. We're very nationalistic, very strong about our Dominica, and we get sometimes some bad flack for it too. Like for instance, we had one of my father's kind of how he thinks about. He would have gotten very concerned that some of Dominica's, one of the things that Libla had put as a rule, he says there was an alien landholder's license where you can only buy an acre of land or something like that if you're going to do a project or something. I think it was his way of protecting Dominica's land, maybe. And my parents had a general principle about selling of our land in the same way. Generally, they resisted that saying, and I saw a Netflix movie that sort of summarized it a bit, summarized what I think my parents' concept was about selling of land. It said, a grandfather said to his grandson, whatever they are willing to pay now, they will pay 50 times more sometime later. Land is the closest thing to faith one can have in this world. That's how the rich stay rich. They don't sell. So although we may have a lot of reasons why we want to sell land, we prefer to keep our land and develop it ourselves and pass it to the next generation. And actually, there's one of Rosie's sons who is married to a Japanese, and Japan is the country where they're noted for their property staying in family hands for something as long as 700 years. So I told him, because we're having a family reunion at Christmas time, to research that for me, because I would like to know what in their culture makes them want to keep their heritage and keep it in their family for all this time. Because the style now is sell. Where you end up, many people, they don't have either the land or the money after a while.
Philip Sejan Bizarre said, great and informative program. Mrs. Douglas Murdock was principal of the Portsmouth Secondary School for a short stint, and she was the first to introduce music to the school. We had our first steel band. Just a form of information to us.
Wow, yes, we used to have a concert every year, at least one, sometimes two. I enjoyed that even more than teaching history and literature and English. It was such fun.
No, you're speaking about land. Your father would have been involved in selling copra to DCP. if not the biggest, but
he was the largest supplier.
He was
at
the
one
largest
time.
supplier of copra. By any chance, your father had any shares at DCP?
I don't think so. In fact, one of the family crises is that we did have shares at DCP. And when DCP sold over to Palmolive or whatever, and Palmolive, and was it Colgate Palmolive?
Colgate Palmolive.
Yeah. I don't know if we had sold our share just a little earlier, and we sort of lamented that because we lost hundreds of thousands of dollars by selling our shares a little early or some. And if we had known that, we would not have sold at that time. But we were big shareholders in DCP.
By any chance, would you have known whether your dad, by that time, DCP, Philip Nassif, had this concept of joint venture? Would by any chance your dad and Philip would have had any joint venture together?
No, not from my understanding. We were the largest supplier for many, even now we're the largest supplier to Dexia. But because it's largely the coconut is. In fact, he defied all odds when they told him, well, that place is too this, is so much far less, you wouldn't think it. And only too later for them to find he had the best supply, because he doesn't take no. He would try. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but he's going to try. But I don't think we were, a consistent supplier of copra to DCP for as long as I know growing up. But I don't. Then when eventually the shares, we bought shares. Then eventually we sold shares, and we thought that something else was happening, and then we sold shares. But we sold a bit early, and we sort of thought that was it kind of lamented it, and we can't understand how that would have happened. And we lost a lot of money then from doing that early sale. Earlier sale than we should have.
Someone said education is important, but wisdom is the key. Mr. Douglas was blessed with wisdom, and so he was a great man, successful, loving, caring, patient, and kind towards the less fortunate. His legacy lives on. These are very kind words.
Thank you.
Yes. Someone also said earlier on that your father, who was from Penville, and his sister actually got schooling in Antigua. They were from Penville, but actually got school in Antigua. How much should know of that?
Oh, I didn't even realize that. They went to school in Antigua.
Well, someone just sent that information there. I wish the person could.
Well,
yeah, you must follow that up.
Let
Facebook.
The person give us their telephone and email.
I think what the person can do is to send me that information, or you can put your email or telephone number or both, so that Athlene can get in touch with you, because she's a historian and she would for sure want to gather that kind of information that you have just given on social media.
Yeah, because we're doing a book on my mother now. You have one on my dad.
No. Tell me, as you said about your mother, tell us a little bit about Ben.
She was just a phenomenal woman. In that, very calm, very quiet, very loving. As you said, they refer to her as the mother of sorrows, because anybody comes with a sad story, she would always help. She'd listen to the story. Not so much as a Beth, is because the stories usually come to her when they're having a problem. The man not treating me well, or or the children are in a difficult state or whatever, and she always tries to help where she can. She was just a very loving person. And when we have and the fact that he had girlfriends, it just didn't seem. She must have been hurting a lot when she was just smiling so much, and yet she never let it affect the relationship. And when we went to Hampstead, cousin Maida, one of our cousins there, Pastora's related to him too. He would come with his with all the traditional music, like the flute and the drums and the hand drum and all that, and we'd always end the holiday with a concert, and cousin Maida would play for us and dance and so on. All of us would have an item in the concert, and one of the times of the concert, my mom had to do an item, and we found it so funny when she said, she looked at my father, who is in the audience, and she went up to the stage and she sang this song, poverty may come to me, that's true. But what can I do? I'll get by as long as I have you. And people bawl, man, because first of all, we didn't know how to be singing, but to encapsulate her thoughts about the man that she loved. She was 20, he was 34 when they married. And despite the fact that he had so many girlfriends, and she still didn't, there's nothing negative. She was so warm, and she's telling him in front of the Hampstead crowd, the children and other people from Benson, Nancy Benson used to come to the party too, because we have big paying Jinping band and dancing and so on. And you know, for her to express that, we thought it was so beautiful that we never forgot that little line, and we sang it years later. So she was a very kind, warm woman, and we never saw her vex. In fact, if she get vexed, it would be unusual. And she was always so willing to be understanding of somebody else's situation. You know, she was taller than him actually, so she had a sort of a distinguished kind of a look in her simplicity. Her head was always combed with this, never a kind of no big hairstyle, a little twist, you know, on two sides and with little hairpins and so. So she was a simple person. In fact, he was more stylish than her. And every time her father, who left her since she was 4, went to Curacao and just came back off and on, he would send all sorts of different little clothes at Christmas and at First Communion and so for us, and she'd give her children what can fit them, but she gave a lot of it too. She's just the more I think about her and I think of what she must have suffered with all his different, he was strong-willed and good to her, but also she may have suffered over the different girlfriends, and she just was never rude, never disrespectful, and always loving and gracious to us and to other people. There's nobody in Portsmouth who would have anything negative to say about her.
I also understood that when R.B. passed on, one time he visited her in a dream, and she put him in his place and to tell him, quitte moi vivre, ou vivre pour 83 years, 84 years, quitte moi vivre pour 84 years.
Oh yes, that's true. One time she was, when he just after he died, and he died kind of suddenly, and she screamed, she bawled. I remember when that news came that R.B. died fell on Hampstead that day and died. And she was getting sick quite a few times afterward. Let's say within the next 6 months, she would fall sick different. Although she had a big foot, but more than the big foot, she was getting sick. And one day, I was in the house, and I was in the bathroom, and she was there, and she probably didn't know I was around. And she said, I heard her saying, "But Bob, it look as if you want to come and get me. So much times I fall sick already since you left. But remember, I am 14 years younger than you. Let me at least reach your age now." And she died 14 years later. So she stopped getting so sick. So it looked as if he was really coming together. And after she said that, he listened and he came together because she just died in her sleep. One day normally she gets up at 4. We found us 5. We say, well, if the lady is 83 and she's still sleeping, that's okay. Why can't you sleep later? So we didn't do anything. Well, when we saw 7 o'clock, I said, that's not marrow. So we went to see them. When we turned her over, she was there with her finger on the 4th decade of the rosary. So she might have died while she was praying. She was a very prayerful woman too. And that's how she left. No pampers, no sickness, no, just simple. I said, that's how I want to go. How either of them went. I find that such a nice way to leave this world.
Diana Libla said she's watching. Edwina London said she was a very nice lady and helpful. She helped my mom when my sister passed in child's birth in bringing up the baby. Teresa Fedri said, Mrs. Murdock, it is true RBD didn't want no one to vote for Rosie? So she's asking the question: is it true that RB didn't want anyone to vote for Rosie?
Yes.
Because he was taken because he was taken all things from them, or maybe wanted to say taking all things from them, when they told me that I laugh so much that it is true. So she wanted to really maybe find out if your dad did not want Rosie to be involved in, or didn't want him to vote for Rosie because maybe he would have taken the things by him to give to these people.
He didn't support Rosie. I don't think it's because of that. I think it's because Rosie was talking communism in the days when he was into politics. He was more talking like communism. Communism was like a bad word for us in those days. Only later we became to see Cuba and those things as no big thing. So he in fact he wrote an art, just how he used to write well, although he wasn't educated in book and school thing. He wrote something, and I understood he stood on the bridge at Roseau, and the name of the article was "Beware of Wolves in Sheep's Clothing," and he wrote he's giving all his reasoning why he's not supporting Rosie. He was distributing those leaflets. So he didn't support Rosie's politics at the time because he thought it was communist.
Now, I also read that in 1955, February 1955, that RBD amended a resolution which was passed by the legislature for the installation of telephone in every village with at least 100 persons. Also, he introduced a resolution which was to ratify by the legislature, urging the colonial government to bring a proper gasoline storage building in Portsmouth for the benefit of the Public Works Department and gasoline dealers for the Northern District. How true is that?
Oh yes, he was the as I read this letter to you, that one was maybe even later, but he was a very strong defender of the rights and interests of the people of the town of Portsmouth and anywhere. And he not educated in this sense, but he's not afraid to talk. He spoke very well. His oratory was excellent, and he stood up for a lot of needs that we wanted in Portsmouth. And in that time, the constituency was big. Remember, he won twice, so he was at least 10 years. He was MP, and he was very vocal in fighting for things that was needed in the town of Portsmouth and beyond. Because at the time, the constituency was much broader. Someone
said my mother worked for her, Ma Alvin. Maybe you know that Ma Alvin in Portsmouth?
Yes.
Yeah, so quite a number of persons are actually speaking or sending a message via Facebook on the information that they have about Ma Douglas. And so you said that Ma Douglas died in her sleep. 14 years later, so she went at the same age.
Yes,
with your dad.
Both died at 83.
They both died at 83. So you sense it that daddy heard mommy and allowed her to remain, and she left this beautiful world. What year was it?
Was that?
What year did she die?
He died in 1988. She died 14 years later. What does that make it?
That's 1988.
Yeah,
14 years.
Because he died 9 days after my wedding.
So that's 14. So that would be 2002.
Right,
yeah,
right.
That should be 2002. Your dad. Is this picture I'm going to show you? Is this your dad's funeral? Your dad.
Yeah.
That's your dad.
Yeah, living the RBD cinema.
Or living the RBD cinema.
Because as he was MP, he got a state funeral.
Oh yes, he was MP. And this one would mean that it was at Hampstead.
Yes, all of us are buried at Hampstead. We selected a certain little part of the estate to bury. And so Rosie, I suppose, I don't know if they supposed to have been buried in a public place as the Prime Minister, but we bring all our bodies back to Hampstead. So when it's some time for November and so on, and in fact, my sisters who live on Hampstead Estate, one of them jogs to the gravestone and talks to my parents and Rosie and them every morning.
Wow.
You get inspiration from those who've gone before. The dead is not dead, as you said in your dream one time, Cecil. The dead have as much power as the living, I believe.
I have a sense of belief about that. I believe in the spirits. and the spirits sometimes will visit you based on relationship that you would have had with people. I believe that sometimes the dead would visit you. You know, in this picture there, that is Olive and Mike, right?
That's Rosie.
That's Rosie. Rosie at the back.
Yeah, Rosie's at the back of Mike's wife.
So that is that was.
And that's Ike in the center.
Ike in the center.
And that's Rosie's son behind me.
And
Eleanor's daughter next to Rosie's son, next to me.
Is that the grave of Rosie?
No.
That's your dad.
That's my dad's. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Rosie's grave is a little, we were hoping to get the same black granite, but it's more a creamish granite stone.
And everybody will be buried on the estate.
Yeah, we find it's easier, when it's November
2nd.
Yes.
You call that All Saints?
All Saints, yeah. All Saints and All Souls. We
and
just head for the grave. And as I said, even one of my sisters who live on the estate, she goes to talk to them.
I would have liked to know what kind of conversation that you would have had with them, or she's having with them. that would help. Well,
and
to find out she gets results.
In all life, there's trials. There's, I speak to all members of the family. There's some I'm closer to, but on good terms with all of them. But there's some that, there's sometimes I G with them too. You
remember your Douglas, right?
Yes. Just say it like it is. You say your mind. It doesn't mean I hold you. In fact, I find I relieve myself better when I don't hold people on my chest. If I don't like you, I may not say anything. If I have something, why should I hold you on my chest anyway? But if I love someone, or if the person is my friend, I'm more likely to tell you what I feel.
Let me ask you. At one time when your brothers, let's take Mike first. Mike supported the Labour Party. Did everybody support Mike at that time, or some person supported who they wanted to support?
Well, I know my father. Remember, he ran. He was never a Labourite.
Your father was never a Labourite?
I don't think so. So that's why when he stayed on the bridge and sent his letter, beware of wolves in sheep's clothing, when Rosie was going up. He didn't break relationship with them, but which is typical of Douglas. I'm not going to, if I don't think I have some other, I don't vex with you, but I'm not supporting you, So Rosie, Mike took over from Rosie in a way, and Ian took over from Mike, and they were, but my father, I don't think he was a Labourite. I don't think, in fact, there's sometimes he even must have been independent. He's such an independent kind of person.
No, someone was trying to ask me in reference to your siblings, your other siblings, how much a relationship that you have with them.
I have a close relationship with all 45 of my. There's some I have closer to, like in the 16, there are 11 alive now. Mike, Rosie, Patsy the nun, Git Armour was married to Ronald Armour, and Mac. So these 5 have passed. So we have 11 left. And I have a very good relationship with most of them. There's some that I'm closer to than others. But there's none that I don't talk to or anything like that, no.
What about the outside ones?
The outside ones, those that I know, I have a
those that you know?
Yeah.
You mean there's still that you do not know?
I think I think there might be one or two that I may not have known and I got to hear of later. As I said, that was never spoken about in the home at all. Yeah.
At your age, those that you do not know?
Yeah, I think there are 1 or 2 persons I've heard of. I don't know if it's true. I never went into it, I never researched it. But
Yes.
So, but I have a not as close as even in the 16. I'm closer to some than others, But there's none that I'm not talking to. No.
Okay. Diana Libla said, "Where is Athlene?"
What's that?
Where is Athlene?
Athlene? Oh, Athlene lives in New York. It's a pity Athlene never stayed in Dominica, because he was one of the. I remember many farmers telling me that's one of the best extension officers they've had, because he actually didn't sit at his desk. He came out to the farms, and he did agriculture. Having Rosie not doing it, Rosie did it, but he didn't. He turned into politics. But Athlene continued. He became a vet, and he's he continued his vet practice in the United States, but it's unfortunate, although he's married to a fine lady from Dominica, from Benz, but he didn't come back home.
Yeah, because the lady who's talking to me there now says that he's married to my auntie's daughter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what Diana Libla said. He's married to she said married to my auntie's daughter. That's what she said.
I'm glad when my family marries Dominicans, so it gives me, get more hope that they'll come back home.
but Athlene hasn't been for a while.
No, I mean, a lot of them have stayed. I said, but look, I married a foreigner and I made the man come and stay here.
As you're talking about married a foreigner, let me ask you, black woman married a white man from Montana, that's what you said?
Yeah.
What was the experience like when you first met his family?
Well, you don't meet any black people up there at all. So Jeff said he was going to bring me there to see how they would feel about his getting married to a black person, although and when I first came, his mother was warm, but his father didn't say anything. But then his aunt had a special party to welcome me, because she's a sort of a person like that, a kind of warm person. And he came to the party, and the party stayed dead silence when they noticed he was coming, because they figured that him getting married to a black person may not go down too well with his dad. So his dad came to the party, and he didn't say much. And then after the party, when we went home, he just started to open up all his different literature and chat with me, something. I don't know what happened. But he was very receptive at that point, after that event. And then up to today, I became their favorite daughter-in-law and their favorite sister-in-law.
I just want to tell people, if you want to call in, you can call 448-3284 if you are calling on a from a mobile number, 448-3284. If you are calling from a landline, you can call 1-800-327. If you're calling from a landline, you can call 1-800-327. If you're calling from a mobile phone, you can call 448-3284. If you are overseas and you want to call in, you can call 305-432-9744. I repeat the number, 305-432-9744. You can call and you can communicate and you can talk with Mrs. Douglas Murdock. Strange, but true. Your husband took your surname and his name. You also took your husband's surname and your own, and your daughter has your surname and your name. Your surname and her father's surname.
Yeah. But we said
just hold on a while, please. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
I hope I can get a word in edgewise. This is Jeffrey Lynn Douglas Murdock.
Boy, I'm listening.
Yes, well, let me tell you something. I'm an outsider, of course, rightfully. Mrs. Murdock Douglas put all my business outside, so I must say something. Right? Well, the thing is, when I came down here, you have to know that I had no idea what the Douglases, this whole thing was all about, right? And when I married Athlene, boy, I married the whole entire family. I mean, that's a clan to be reckoned with, a force. So that was really something that I had no idea what I was getting into. But I tell you, that family is an extraordinary family. They have all shapes and sizes and opinions and politics. But it's been a treasure for me to be here with this family. And Athlene, of course, is a very special person. My whole validity or credibility or legitimacy in Dominica is because I'm married to Athlene Douglas, because everybody knows her. You say, oh, you're Miss Douglas's husband? So everything is coming from her. So I'm here. She loves her country. She's a patriot. And here I am because she doesn't want to leave Dominica. She didn't really care for the States. Yes, they love her up there. And here I am having to adjust to Dominica, but I told her she has to give me some breaks there because all my family is in America, and she's made me stay down here to help develop her country.
I wonder, Murdock, going to a white community, a black woman, did you have any fear bringing her to your home?
No, my folks are country folks like Dominica. That's why Dominica for me is so appealing, because I felt like at home. Even though I'm white, I have to look in the mirror to see that I'm not black, because people have been so nice. So taking them back to Athlene, back to my family in America, they're the same type of people. But my dad was a little nervous because he was actually concerned that in today's world, well, this is 30 some years ago, he said the world doesn't treat kindly black and white couples coming together. So he thought our children would have difficulty. But the world changes, and going back there, the people were very warm. They thought she was royalty, really. My old, high school classmates and stuff would go, our kids, I went up there for a year with our kids, and they went to school after we were married, and they all thought she was royalty, really. And they'd ask me, is she a queen? Is she a queen? Is she an African queen? So they treated her very well, and she was special. But she was a showpiece because there were just no black people around. And it wasn't hard to find her in any town, because I just say, did you see my wife, or who's your wife? Well, she's black. Oh, she's just around the corner there.
No, your wife said something that's amazing. When she met you for the first time, she said, Paula, not there, you white. How did you take that? Well,
I just said, no, I want this one. So she didn't just play hard to get, she was very hard to get. She didn't make it easy on me, and she was using me, actually. She doesn't tell you that story. She was using me to make her current boyfriend jealous because I wanted to go sing in my first carnival, and then I asked her if she was singing, but what she was doing, she had a boyfriend, and so I'm telling secrets on her now. So she had a boyfriend everywhere we went. I didn't know anything. I'm new to the country. And this guy would be there, and she would meet with him. And then I'd go away and come back wherever we were. And then he would leave when I'd come back to where we were sitting. So then I found out that was her old boyfriend. But I convinced her that I was a better bargain.
And here it is 46 years later that you are really the better bargain.
Yeah.
No, tell me what it was like to write to RBD. How brave you were.
Well, I was nervous as all. I said, boy, at home in the States, you just tell your parents, you may not even tell them you're getting married, you just show up with a wife. And then I had to write this letter. I was panicking. Olive Douglas, Mike's wife, told me I have to write a letter, and I'm just quickly writing in a vehicle, talking to her. I didn't even sit down at a table or desk. And I'm like, what do I say? I have to convince you. Well, you have to be solid. You have to be educated. You have to have an income. So I put all my business out there. And then he was such a wonderful man. I got to know him, for the few months that he was still there. He gave away his daughter at the wedding, and then just, 9 days after the wedding, he died. So Athlene said I basically replaced him. Maybe he felt comfortable that he could go now. He's relieved, and someone he trusts is there with his favorite daughter. So he was going in peace.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Murdock, for that information. Thanks for communicating with us.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Athlene. Yeah, good, Jeff. Jeff says everything. Simeon Joseph is saying, this is my favorite person, Athlene. So great listening to you. Wow, that's nice. That's from Simeon Joseph.
Thank you, Simeon.
Yeah. No, I want to find out from you, because you had to come to Roseau. You talk about going to Grenada. You went to high school in Roseau, right?
No, I never went to high school in Roseau. By the time it got to me, he was sending all his children to boarding school in Grenada.
Wow. So what was your first experience coming to Roseau? How did you come to Roseau?
First experience in Grenada?
No, to Roseau, coming to Roseau from Portsmouth.
To Roseau, but we used to have to take a truck and go that long road, the Transinsular Road.
Yeah, Marigot.
Yeah, Marigot. My father, of course, had a truck. He always have a Land Rover and or a truck because he's into land and Hampstead. And that was always a big, long story. And I think he was afraid for them to get into boyfriend and that kind of thing. So at that point, when they were in Roseau for about the first few years, Tingale Joyce, the first girls, he just decided he wants to send them to somewhere where he can continue with his work, get busy, and they're safe. Because a boarding school, a Catholic boarding school is nuns. us there, and you go everywhere together. You go every Sunday. We go for a walk, and in uniform, all of us in white, and the two nuns behind walking with us. So we come in and go at the same time. We live within the convent in a particular place. So he thought that was a safe thing, and he chose that option.
Do you remember the first time coming to Roseau?
First time coming to Roseau, I remember. I don't know if it's the first time, but I remember on a truck, and it's just a kind of a hassle.
Road bad.
Yes.
Get up early in the morning, 2:30.
Yeah, that long road. 4 o'clock we had to leave. There was Mr. Robinson had a bus. Mr. Robinson.
A bus or a truck?
Well, he had a bus. Mr. Robinson's bus is one of the earlier buses Portsmouth knew. And you have to leave early, all between 4 and 5, and go like long 3-hour drive. We didn't see it bad at the time, because I guess that's all you knew.
Yes. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm calling from Antigua. My name is Marcella John. Athlene.
Yes, dear.
How are you?
How are you doing? Yeah.
So many years. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. It's so nice hearing this whole history of people I know so well and love so well.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so I just could wish you the very best, and I hear you writing a book about your mom.
Yeah.
And I'll be looking forward to reading that. She was a very, very special person to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that my mother did all her sewing.
Is
and
what? Your mother is?
Mother, Mrs. Boyd, Esley Boyd.
Oh, yes. I was a very special person.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
I used to see these letters ever so often. Mrs. Boyd, I need a christening dress and bonnet.
Every year.
Sorry, that letter was from Athlene's mom.
From your mom, yes.
To your mom.
To my mom. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, every year.
Wow.
A new baby to christen.
And my mother also made dresses for Mrs. Douglas.
Yes.
And her mother, Mrs. Magloire, for the Feast of the Sacred Heart. And also for Corpus Christi every year.
Wow. Yes, and because in those days, even panties were not botner, panties were made by seamstresses in the country.
Yes.
And all your dresses, everything.
And one thing I remember is when you were small and you had that big hump on your back.
Yes.
One time when you were taken to Barbados, you spent a few days at my home waiting for the boat.
Oh, that time I do. Yes. Well, I'm so small, wouldn't even know that.
You wouldn't know that. But then after you were in school in Jamaica.
Yes.
You would spend some overnights with me in Antigua, because I live in Antigua now, on your way home from Jamaica, because there was no direct flight.
Yes, in those days only with Mona. Yeah, that's true. Wow.
Yeah, so I'm just glad to hear about all the history.
Yes, go back to these good old days.
So well, and I grew up knowing part of my family.
Wow.
Your parents were very, very good to my mother. Very, very good.
And you all were very good to us too.
Well, it was a two-way street.
Yeah.
They all would go into, when the bigger ones, so time for them to come to school in town, my mother found a place for them at the Laters and so forth and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you find that RBD was tough on them?
Yes, very, 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 very. Very. I used to hear the conversation. There was. I know one time Mrs. Douglas came up to actually talk to my mother about a situation with Michael and himself. Very tough. Very tough.
Wow.
But I think it was good for them. Look at them today. You know? And one thing, Athlene,
yes.
I am single godmother in confirmation.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't even know, because I never went to school in Roseau. So that's why even now I'm getting lost in Roseau. I never knew Rosso, really. It was never part of my life at any point, you know.
So really nice hearing from you.
How did you have this program tonight so you could even listen?
Oh, listen. Anything happening in Dominica, I know. So I know about that program, Lakou. I look out for it on YouTube, and I'm always watching and passing it on to my sister and friends who are interested in Dominica.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that you keep in the contact.
Absolutely.
The connection with Dominica.
I think I know a lot more than Dominica than some of my friends living in Dominica.
Wow.
You must start documenting it then.
Yes.
You know, we can't afford to lose that.
And I tell my children, you know, all about you all. They know all about you all about our relationship with the Douglases. They know that because I don't want that to be lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Wow. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Athlene, God bless you.
Yes, you too. Take good care and God bless you and the family.
Forward to reading that book on Mrs. Douglas.
Huh.
I saw her before she died. I went to her. My brother took me to Portsmouth to sympathize when Rosie died.
Yes.
Yes, so that was the last time that we saw face to face, you know.
Yeah.
But we had a very good relationship. She loved me and I loved her.
But you would probably have something you could give me your contact number.
Yes. Okay, that is 462 0659 Yes.
659.
And of course you would put 268 before that.
Put 268
before that's Antigua.
Okay.
The area code.
And then I'm on WhatsApp at 725 8080.
758080.
No, 725. 725. No, 725.
725 8080.
Yes.
WhatsApp.
Yes.
And 268 before.
And
okay. Yeah.
Area code.
Wonderful.
Yes, let's keep in touch.
Yes, for sure.
Yes. Take good care and God bless.
All right. Thank you. That's for me. That's a big call, a great call. You know, someone who saw you growing up.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and she be a little older, so she probably knows even more than some of what I know.
Yes. And
because I wasn't in the Rosso thing at all.
Hillary James said, my grandma, my mom, and my sister used to wash the white clothes for her. That's for your mom. So you can imagine.
Wow.
And Samantha R says, the principal dearest to my heart, my friend, aunt, big sister, all in one. Wow.
Yeah, because in those days you have to go to the river to wash. You have to take all the clothes and bring it to the river to rub it on stone and all that and carry it back. You know, it was hard work to be washing.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, just good evening.
Long haven't heard that voice, my brother. Good evening.
Good. Athlene, good evening. How are you?
Hello there.
Good. My name is Michael Mitchell from Portsmouth.
Okay. One of my students, isn't it?
Yes. That's why I called to say thanks again for helping to mold and shape,
I'm glad.
me to what I am today. You taught me West Indian history at PSS, and that went a long way, on my long journey.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you, and you're one of the most eloquent teachers, professors at PSS.
Thank you. In fact, at their graduation this year, they've called me a few weeks ago to say that they want to give me an award. I said, so long I've taught at PSS. But that was, that was nice of them to think of me in that way.
Very, very good, yeah.
Graduation this month.
I want to thank you personally, and I want to thank your family too. And Mr. Douglas, let me tell you something. Mr. Douglas, with all his businesses, he established the cinema, and that helped me to create my own little business back then. Selling the tickets and the Macs and the tablets. And so those were pillars that molded me and helped me, grow and create a solid foundation to what I have today.
Wow. Where do you live now? Where are you now?
I'm in Portsmouth. I'm here in Dominica.
Okay, you're in Dominica now. Yeah. Well, that's great to know.
Good. And I want to say a big thank you also to your siblings, Montgomery, Irma, Jacqueline, and Robert, and all of them.
Yes. You all were PSS together?
What's that?
You all were PSS together?
We were, we were PSS together, but we were in a group called Le Petit Théâtre.
Oh yes, I remember.
Le Petit Théâtre.
I remember that name, yeah.
Say it again?
Le Petit Théâtre, yeah.
Yes, that was a little drama group. And let me tell you something, that helped, looking back, that helped to shape, my whole outlook on life,
Yes, wow.
The drama and everything, and I took that out with me as I traveled and journeyed. And, I looking back, I'm telling you, it was just great foundation. And I want to say thanks again for everything. Your family were great. And all the businesses they established in Dominica, around Portsmouth and environ, a lot of people became entrepreneurs because of those businesses.
Yes, it's true. They went on to start their own businesses. It's true. That's why I mentioned that it's true.
Exactly. So your family really has made an impact back then in Dominica and Portsmouth, And so, my dad, my parents are from Grenada, my dad, in the boating and shipping business. And so, I just want to say thanks again. And you're doing a great job, with the history. And finally, you are aging youthfully.
Thank you. 74.
You're
74?
youthfully. And thanks again. Keep up the good work. And I'll stop by maybe I don't know if you're still at the Old Mill Center?
No, I've retired now. After all, yeah. But you can please do stop by any time in Trafalgar, That's where I am now. So come look for me.
All right, I will. Definitely I will.
I'll appreciate that.
Take care of yourself and continue to age youthfully.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you.
You too. Thanks.
Wow. Annie George Douglas said the lady that went to Barbados with Athlene is Matoni Lance's wife.
Matoli's. Yeah, Matoli.
Yes, wife, grandmother.
Yes.
Right. Wow.
It's Ian's wife's grandmother, Matoli.
Ian's.
Yes.
Oh,
so so my dad went with her, left her with me, and came back.
Yeah, and the person put S. All right. Apostrophe S. It should
Matoli,
be Matoli.
yes.
Ian's wife, grandmother. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So that's amazing, tonight, the kind of information that we actually getting from various people about your mom and about your dad and one of your good friends, should I say good friends, a family friend from Antigua just called in and to really give you so much more information. Mm-hmm. So tonight is a real revealing night, for the Douglas family. I'm sure that many of them, Kent is listening, I'm sure about that, and also Sean and Ian and all the others are actually tuning in.
Yes. And Generation 3 don't even know some of these stories,
Right. So
many of them not brought up in Dominica.
And you are able to give it to them, Generation 3. You are able to give it to them, and I'm sure that they are very grateful for what you actually doing here tonight.
Thanks for the opportunity, Cecil.
I remembered when we spoke a good while. Before I continue, let me just take a call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, Cecil. Good evening. Very happy to hear my last principal at PSS, Miss Athlene Murdock Douglas, and all the information that's been going out. It's one thing I'd like to say that I would like them to remember about their dad, was that, the trail that it blazed in terms of creating employment. Even people like my mother worked for them. And, at the time, most of the people from the area worked for the Douglases. There was always some form of employment that they created, whether through the shop, the supermarket, as somebody said earlier, doing laundry and things. But then, there were a few jokes that I heard because, I really didn't know too much in terms of like they being wrong, but then I heard about it where like one of the reasons why Mr. R.B. had a lot of children was that one of his brothers, which was Noelin Douglas, they were in competition to see who was making more children. And, if in case R.B. got pregnant, his wife got pregnant, he would go to Noelin, hey, my pearl. And Noelin would try, and both of them almost had the same amount of kids.
Yes. One at 15, one at 16. It's true.
Right,
hold on. Caller. That is great information you have just given us there. You're saying that R.B. brother.
Yeah, John Maynard's father.
Yes.
John Maynard's father. And Diane
they had competition.
Diane's father, yeah. Two brothers, same mother, same father.
Yeah, man. Another thing I heard.
Hold on, caller. So, Athlene, how you miss that?
What's that?
How you miss that?
Well, I didn't even know that. That's a good. I'm just saying that I didn't know they were in competition.
Yeah, man. I heard that as kids. And another thing that I heard about him was that in his political campaign, man, well, as you mentioned earlier, they would always go to church, and with him and with that flyer, he always loved printing his leaflet. So there was one time he was going up, and his opponent was, I think, T.M. Bertrand. So he had this donkey that he would be in going around to distribute his flyers. He put a notice on his donkey, and they read, "Not even a jackass like me would vote for T.M. Bertrand." My God, the man won the election. He won the election outright. So there was that kind of humorous part of the man. But the mom, that's the one I admired a lot. Ma Robert, oh my God, God, now the blessed soul. This lady was kind, loving, giving, sharing. If it was one Douglas, I think I really know that was, in terms of you looking for an angel, was Ma Douglas. Because all you would hear that, Madam, I need, and Madam would just open-handedly just give, And that's why, even when I had my first vehicle, I would always look for her after church to take her home. Yeah, man. So I want to say that the Douglases, they really did good in terms of allowing people to get some form of employment. That is what I really liked about, when R.B. had all these businesses, in terms of he created an avenue for people to get work. He created the opportunity for people to get work in the Portsmouth area. All right, Miss Douglas.
Thank you and take care. God bless you.
Thank you.
And what he says about creating opportunity, that is because one time when he was late with he was every fortnight you have to pay, and he was late with his payment that day, so he sent me, tell me, hurry up, go to Rosa to Mr. Nassif to see if you can get a check and change it for me because I have to pay this afternoon, and somehow he didn't get the check on time that day, so I had to rush to Rosa to DCP, pick up the check. When I looked at the check, it was 10,200 and something. I said, what? Why am I making plenty money like that? I got, because even now 10,000 was a lot of money. And do you know when he got home, when he got deposit, he had to, the money, the 10,250 something wasn't enough. My mom had to send another $300 something to make up the check, the need, what was needed to pay the workers who worked for the fortnight at Hampstead. In other words, he was really barely just making enough to keep the thing going. But so many people were dependent on that work, he never stopped. It's people think it's easy, but there's a general saying where they say farmers feed the world, but they cannot feed themselves. There might be some truth to that, because I remember I have a live example of that myself. That $10,200 check could not meet his fortnight pay list. My mother had to send from the store to make it up.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I just called. Actually, I'm from Portsmouth, and I took some history in the development of Portsmouth, and I understood that Mr. Douglas was the first person to put a maternity wing on the hospital because he didn't like the way children were being born, So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. I didn't even know that.
Thank you. Yeah, wow. You see, I can tell you there's much more. Like the priests, like the bishop and the French priest.
Yes.
It complimented R.B. for building a church How did the priest say it?
First time in the history of Dominica that a man has built a church. And our parents really, I don't know as it says, so they put us very happy for making people's lives better, improving the life of people. That was a very strong theme in the way they behaved. He used to say, don't be like crabs in a barrel. We must be willing to work hard and honestly for what we want and be happy for others that do well, And too many of us black people, he would say, we pray like this. We say, Papa God, vini no. Papa God, vini no. When Papa God comes, he said, Athlene, qui sa ouvle? Ou la skie mwen? Athlene answers, Papa God say, pa ye mwen vle eswe no, mais se sil ni top. Yeah. He said too many of us pray that way. Too many of us as black people, instead of being happy for each other's progress, we tend to try to pull them down and not be happy that they're doing well. And he didn't have that attitude.
No, someone, Joan Smith, said, good night, Mr. Joseph and Mrs. Murdock. Great program. This lady is intelligent, loving, simple, and humble. I love to hear that. That's what the person said about you.
Thank you. Maybe one of my past students.
Maybe, No, tonight, Mrs. Murdock, as I said, it took us a while. I've been trying to get you to come to the program, and I just don't know. You disappear on the radar. I finally got you, and here you are tonight. What did you make of the program?
Yeah, thanks. It was, it's an opportunity to share some of the good things of the past that we need to know to be able to do better in the future.
I never asked you what music your dad and your mom loved.
I know when we were at Hampstead for the holidays, there was a Jinping band playing at the end when we had the final concert before we came back for school in Portsmouth. Our cousin Maida and all of them would come. We have drums and this. We had a whole Jinping band playing. And when we used to go to Fête Tatouin, we used to have nice bands on the beach after the whole St. Anthony's feast. We would go on the beach closest there and we have a great feast, It doesn't even happen anymore. And band, drums and, I always knew, when we were going for feasts along the north, and those days it covered a lot of the constituency was covered in one. And there are a lot of dancing in the sand and ballet and all that at all the feasts, I so enjoy that so much. Maybe that's why I got into arts and culture as my main interest. Maybe from those times, and my father used to help fund some of these things to make them happen, because it is so important for the entertainment of that time. In fact, I think we need to do more for our entertainment in Dominica too, because we have so much talent that it's important to have the young people especially get opportunities for exposing that talent. Otherwise, they're going to go into other negative activity, which is not good for us or for them.
A lot of people said that your dad, when it comes to Rosso, used to have his short khaki pants, his felt hat, and eating dry bread, as you said earlier on, and his cook, and sometimes crackers.
Mm-hmm.
How true?
Yeah, because every morning she would give us tea and crackers. I don't know, people don't take crackers so much anymore, but in the morning we'd have tea, cocoa, or coffee for the children, coffee for them, the parents, cocoa or Ovaltine for the children, but everybody had crackers with it.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening. Good evening.
Hi.
Yes, good evening. Yes.
Oh, hi, Miss Douglas.
Hello there.
Miss Douglas. Hello.
I don't recognize the voice yet.
Excuse me?
I don't recognize the voice yet.
Oh, I thought I was calling DBS. Is that DBS?
Yes, I don't
DBS,
recognize your voice yet. I'm trying to recognize your voice.
Oh, ED for Ambrose.
Oh, okay, good.
Go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Athlene.
Yes.
Athlene. We work together in Ministry of Education. I was just calling to say hi.
Okay. Hello, and how are you doing?
All right. ED for Ambrose.
Where are you now?
In Atlanta.
Oh, you live in Atlanta now? That's why I haven't seen you for such a long time in Dominica. I wondered, Okay.
Her son is a superstar now.
So she lives with where her son lives.
No, her son is in Dominica. Her son plays for the Signal Band. He's the lead singer of the Signal Band called Signal Band. He's the lead singer of Signal Band, and he's the guy that makes all of the big songs, all of the bouillon songs now. That's her son.
Is that right? Did her son go to PSS in my time?
No, he didn't.
No. He went to SME.
Oh, I see. Okay, I wouldn't have known him
But
then.
He performs at Old Mill sometimes. Sheldon. That's his
Yes, I
second son.
probably met him because one of the guys in Signal Band, he was a member of staff and we were quite close. So I probably, wow. I'm proud. I always say the students, or even their parents, or I have some connection. They make me so proud. That means I didn't waste my time.
Okay,
I'm
listening.
Thanks, man, Athlene.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah,
take care. Bye bye.
All right, yes. So Athlene, a brilliant night in terms of giving information of the Douglas dynasty. Do you all consider yourselves as royalty?
No.
Why not?
Why? Well, I mean, some outsiders, when they come, even some tourists, as they've done some research, they refer to us as royalty. But we don't, one of the things I think that both parents, they were humble people. We are proud in terms of, understanding our heritage, standing up for rights, and in that kind of way, pride in that kind of way, but not pride in thinking I'm better than you. No, it's not in our DNA so much. That kind of pride.
my brother David Manton is watching, and I know that he is a big fan of the Douglases. That's my brother there.
Your brother?
Yes, he's David Mann. He's watching. I should say all my family members. They are big fans of the Douglases. I know that for sure. Because your brother Mike used to be at our home very often. Your brother Rosie used to be at our home very often. So we are big.
Oh yes,
big fans,
that's true.
Big fans of the Douglases. So I know that they are here.
It's like family.
It's like family.
Mm-hmm.
Someone asked me to ask you, do they have family reunions? Do you all have family reunions?
Do we have
family reunions?
Yeah, we having a big one this Christmas. We have the numbers so far. We have meetings I'm on the board, the committee, the reunion committee. So we have meetings every few weeks to be able to keep up with what's happening, and we're meeting this Christmas, and the number is about 40 already. We call them Generation 1, Generation 2, Generation 3.
So let me ask you, in Hampstead, I'm sure that your father would have built Hampstead and have someone in mind for that property.
Would have had someone in mind for
that property in Hampstead, the house.
Oh, well, he built it for Rosie, thinking Rosie was going to come back and take over from him. That didn't happen. And now the persons that are taking care of Hampstead is my two last sisters. They live at the house.
Now, how many? Do you know how much acres of land that's in Hampstead?
About 420 acres.
Wow, 420 acres, and you all did not even think of selling 20 acres.
No. You see the general principle. Whatever they are willing to pay now, they will pay 50 times more sometime later. Land is the closest thing to faith one can have in this life. That's how the rich stay rich. They don't sell. And you've noticed a lot of families who had a lot of land, they don't have the land or the money because of their selling attitude.
Your father would have liked, based on what you're saying, your father liked giving proverbs. I'm sure that you're able to give us a few of the proverbs that
Say that again?
Your dad.
Yeah.
All right. Every time you speak, you spoke about he giving proverbs.
Proverbs?
Yes. I'm sure that there will be some of them that he would have been giving you all common at home, the common ones that he would have used at home.
Some of the most common proverbs, I mean, my dad, he used to have a lot of them. And when he given you a volley, he's the one that is most suited to what you did wrong. He would say it, over and over before he gives you the volley. You have a big long speech and you've heard the speech so many times. You say, well, get on with the volley and finish it up. But you can't say that. You don't dare say that because you can't disrespect. So you just have to wait for the volley and wait for his speech before the volley. But one of the most common things is common sense beat education. Waste not, want not. Willful waste brings woeful want. If you waste, you live to say, oh, how I wish I had the bread which once I threw away. It's not so much how much you earn, but how much you spend. I never won a penny, but I never lost a cent. Common events cast their shadow before them. Don't be like crabs in a barrel. We must be willing to work hard and honest. But what he really come into is that too many of us black people pray, Papa God, vino. When Papa God say, Salveno, Cecil, Salveno. Well, I pay him, Papa Bonje, me Athlene ni top. Another one, never stoop to beg for what you can stand to earn. He had a general principle that we saw in Netflix, and I don't remember what he used to say about it, but I find that encapsulated. He had a certain proverb saying to it, but I didn't really understand. That was about land. Another one is jalousie, c'est mettre sorcier. It's a kind of a thing that some people have instead of being happy for each other's success.
Just hold that for a while quickly. Paula J. Douglas, I'm not so sure if that person is related to you, says Joseph Blood, Edifa Brumant, Joseph Maglo, mother of Mistress Bernadette Maria Maglo Douglas. You know that?
Yeah, the Maglo's are our cousins. On my mom's side, she's Maglo.
Okay. All right.
And my dad is the Douglas side, but my mom did. So we had a lot of Maglo. So like Sonia Akpa, one of my best, probably my best cousin. Friend.
So Sonia is your cousin?
She's from, we are related to her from the Maglo side. Her dad and my mom are cousins.
Ah, okay.
Sonia Akpa.
So continue with your proverbs.
What's that?
Continue with your proverbs.
Okay. Jalousie, c'est mettre sorcier. Honesty is the best policy. When you don't have what you want, make the best of what you have. Some working people just show up to register their presence on the premises. I used to say that. In other words, they're not working, they just come to that they're there, so at the end of the month you have to give them a salary. Another one. There's something good in the worst of us and something bad in the best of us, that it behooves not any of us to talk about the rest of us. Another one, when crooks disagree, just men get their due. Another one, yo qui est bon Dieu tout non, yo pas jamais qui est quoi.
I like that one. Yo qui est bon Dieu tout non.
Why should come from her throat? You know, if a person comes to you and you say, but that person was good to me, I'm passing my journey, pas dit moi bonjour, no? She would start her lecture about being grateful with that. You qui bon Dieu tout non, you pas jamais qui ont quoi. Meaning, and we used to say, well, Mama, all the things they call him wasn't true anyway. She would say, but that to tell you how bad Egwa is, as the worst one of all. So you ever be ungrateful. Be always grateful for what people have done for you. You qui bon Dieu tout non, you pas jamais qui ont quoi. And another one, he's to like live within your means. So they keep on asking, hey, where we people to live? Mama, where people to live? Live within your means. Don't spend more than you're earning, you know. So these were some of his favorite proverbs to us.
And you said when he was giving a volley, he would give you a speech.
Yes.
Give me one that he would, when he's going to give a volley, that he, if you remember anyone.
A speech during a volley?
Yes.
Well, Bonche, the volley, when your mind is in one state when you're in a volley, it's not speech you remember. I used to beat us with tambourine whip, and he had a big mirror in the drawing. In fact, one day, a big mirror and a rope around the mirrors. So you can know if you misbehave, that is going to deter you. From the time you see the rope as you enter the house, deter you from being badly behaved. One day, in fact, he was waking up people to pray. And everybody goes to his room. My mom, as usual, have a baby sucking tete. And she sat, everybody's kneel around him praying. Then when he went to call everybody, he noticed one or two people were missing when he knelt and wanted to start the prayer. So he went out back to see who is missing and to call whoever it is in the room. Then he heard a stoops. So when the person eventually reached the room, he put on the light, which I found unusual because there's always a baby sucking breast. He doesn't put on the light, so he don't want the baby to get up. So when he put on the light, he started one of his long lectures that he would normally give you before volley again. And then he started the lecture. He says, how started to give you how he was brought up, how he didn't have any clean food, he didn't have this, he went to school without shoes to school, and everything. You hear that every time because that comes before volley anyway. And then he says he ended up by saying, okay, if you don't want to honor the God and pray to the God who has been so good to me, find somewhere for you to stay. With that, he got up, opened the door, waited for 5 minutes to see who is getting up. That's from the room to the La Salle. When he finished, he come out from the La Salle and he stand up at the door that leads you to the street, and he waiting again to see who coming out. Nobody got up, nobody said anything, and there was no more stoops from that day. Because you know the consequence. You don't like how it's my home, you don't like what my rules, get yourself outside me to stay. Simple as that.
Go somewhere else and stay.
Yeah, find somewhere for you to stay.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening to you, caller. Hello. Sorry about that. That's interesting. R.B. decided if you think you're more mad than him, say troops again.
Yeah.
You get a volley.
Yeah, no compromise, you have to have respect.
What?
You have to have discipline, hard work. I remember one of the volleys I got, and I got probably the least volleys because I had broken my spine. He was afraid that I would maybe not walk if he's too rough, or if I got a volley, a blow in the wrong place. But one of the volleys I got is because I was late for my station. You selling salt, you selling oil, you sell, and cost salt in those days, you selling kerosene, you selling cloth. Everybody have their system. And if the store opens at 8, you have to be there from about 7:30. So when he looking around, in those days, the nuns used to have a big fair every around Christmas time. Bazaar. And we used to have a cash pan, saving money for the fair. Although he used to be at the fair and he was like Santa Claus at the fair, always giving this person that, buying a doll for that one. Everybody was coming to him almost as if he's Santa Claus in the fair to get them things. He was very popular in those fairs. But he gave us a little money, and what we have in the cash pan would be even make it up a little more. And when he looked in the cash pan, checking my money, I getting excited because I love that fair. And when eventually he didn't see me, he went back to the house, they call it cafe, to look for me. And when he found me checking thing, he gave me one volley. That's one of the few volleys I got. That's to tell you, you have to be in your station at the time when the shop is opening to do your job.
Boy,
there's no excuse.
Good evening to you, caller. Quickly. It's after 11. Good evening. Wow. So you get, and you remember that volley?
Oh yes, one of the few volleys I got.
Boy. Everybody wasn't easy. Pauline J. Douglas said that one of my granddad's favorite quote to me is, "A focused man is a dangerous man." I wonder if Pauline Douglas is a family member to you.
Yes, Pauline is my niece, Mark's daughter.
Oh, Mark's daughter. So she's saying that one of R.B.'s quote to her was, "A focused man is a dangerous man."
Is that right? I never knew that one. You see that? So she's a generation 2.
Generation 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
she
may
got
have
a piece
other
of it.
Stories.
Yes. And the Bodian writer said, "God bless you, song of mine. Songness of mine. God bless your songness of mine." Wow. And God bless your songness of mind.
Oh.
Yes, that means your mind is really sung. You're very focused. Boy, you see that if it's not stopping at all. Two of your brothers were my mom's buddies, Uncle Mike and Uncle Rosie of blessed memories. Uncle Rosie died 6 months after his meeting in the U.S. and my mom seeing him for the first and last time. Wow, that's telling.
How sad. I mean, they died. That's why my daddy said politics is a thankless job. They died in their 50s, and somehow I feel they were not in politics and they were not so stressed. They may not have died so early.
One died at 52, that's
but
Mike.
I guess somebody has
the
to.
The other died at 59, that's Rosie. They were real good bodies. And as you said, they didn't meet 60 at all. And they did what they had to do for the ordinary man, for the work of their father in the early days. Let's take the last caller. Good evening to you, caller. You're the last. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, man, Cecil.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
So, on écouter ça, bon vibes, good vibes, good vibes.
Merci.
On a écouté ça.
Ok, merci.
Ouais, man, ça c'est Robert, man.
Ok, merci, Rubber Band.
Ouais, man, on a écouté ça, bon vibes, bon vibes.
All right, then. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Okay, Athlene.
Yes.
Nous venons
Thank
at
you.
the end.
Okay,
Nous
thank you.
avons fini, Chelma.
Thank you, Cecil.
Your last words now. Let's take that last caller. I would like to say this is the last caller, but let's give that person that opportunity. Good evening to you,
One
caller.
question. Bernard Douglas was the only one named after RBD. Bernard Douglas and Ben.
Bernard Douglas in where?
In Ben.
Uh-huh.
He was the only one named after RBD Douglas.
Rosie's middle name was Bernard, but he didn't have any first names, Bernard, true.
Oh.
Yes.
Because I know Bernard Douglas in Ben, so he told me RBD is his father.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
And but Rosie was Bernard too, but Bernard was, his first name was Bernard, and RBD's middle name is Bernard.
Oh, I understand.
Yes.
But she's saying to you that you maybe have a brother in Ben's.
No, I have a brother in Ben.
Oh, that's what she's saying, Bernard.
Yeah, not my mother's child, but I have one of RBD's other children.
Okay, Bernard.
And I told he had about
7
others.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
you.
All right. Okay, the person just said that I wanted to make you know that my mom name is Claudia Pengdeng. Oh, aha. I know Claudia. Claudia, good evening to you if you're listening. And give us your last words. Miss Athlene Murdock, give us your last words.
What's that?
Give us your last words.
Well, what my last words are, Cecil, thanks for giving us the opportunity to share some of the what you could say the Douglas legacy, I call it the Douglas culture, and I think it's a culture that some of it is we should try to, or most of it is something that generally on a national level we should try to retain, because it's one of integrity. It's one, a sort of determination, industriousness, patience, even a certain humility, and all these are still important aspects of living that would make Dominica a wonderful place, even more wonderful place to live.
Thank you so very much, and I hope that we can again have a great program if you like this. Chandler Hyacinth, thank you very much. Great program. Thank you very much, Chandler.
Chandler's father was one of my dad's closest friends.
Yes, Mr. Thomas. So thank you,
Is that Aaron there?
No, Chandler Hyacinth. I think that's the.
Oh, Chandler from Portsmouth.
Yes.
Yeah, my dad. He was a Thomas. His Hyacinth had married.
Yeah.
He was my dad's close friend.
Yeah. So just want to say so much. Thank you, Mrs. Murdock, Douglas Murdock. You have given the program another higher rating tonight, and steady over 115 people were on the program as the night continued. And you did justice to the program and to really help us to have a greater understanding, especially the generation of today who would have just heard of your father's name and maybe would have heard of your brother's name and the Douglas name. Just want to say thank you so very much for reminding us of the work that your father, your mom, your brothers, your sisters would have done, not only for their society, but for the church, for humanity, and to make us have a better life on earth. So thank you so very much, Murdock.
Thank you, Cecil. God bless Dominica.
Thank you. All right, so this was from Miss Murdock, another beautiful program of Lakou from the Discoveries, and really and truly tonight was a clear example of people telling their stories of their lives, and I really want to say thank you so very, very, very much for distributing that kind of information to the Dominican public. It's important that we know